the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. 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 Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
and welcome everyone to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11. My name's Contra. Joining with me is Sir Cloud as we head right into Day 5 here in the playoff stage.
Oh yeah, this is the moment here where we will see, well, day number 4. Okay, because it's been like so many days, right? I'm starting to lose count right now. It's day number 5 now. Oh my goodness, so many days now. But what's important, it's not really the top, because what's important is who will make the top 18 to qualify into the finals, because there's only like a total of 8 games that will be played by the teams today.
True enough, and that being said though, I mean, this is going to be a really arduous task for everybody to rack in those points, especially when DPLUS Kia is kind of stashing a major bulk of whatever that could be gained out there. So I don't know, maybe DPLUS Kia says, we got enough points, we're going to relax a little bit and let the rest of the field have fun, or maybe, you know, continue on the streak and leave everybody else starving. That could be the key with their consistency to look for that championship title by the end of this run.
Oh well, you thought they might be chilling, right? But yesterday they had to end the day with a mic drop of a chicken dinner. It's like they don't really need it. It's like, oh, you thought that, oh, we're gonna have an off day, you know, we're not really gonna perform, we're gonna have like a Korean barbecue while we play, and then the last game they drop a chicken dinner. It's like mic drop and then they left the stage.
Yeah, I think like it's just the usual modus operandi where if you're already this good at the game, right? Like, it's second nature. Like, it's just another day in the office, and just it goes to show that this team has so much potential packed in all these 4 units that's been playing over the course of these weeks. And, you know, I guess like the only way for the rest of the pack to do is just to get good, and perhaps that is what they are intending to do.
Yeah, just like what they intend to get other points. Of course, you guys would know the point system by heart now. If you don't, well, we're here to serve it to you. Chicken dinner for every round will receive 10 points. Second place, 6 points. Third place, 5 points. Fourth place, 4 points. Fifth place, 3 points. Sixth place, 2 points. 7 to 8 will be 1 point. Other than that, no placement points, but they can still gather elimination points.
That's right. And now we're on day 5. There is another day of action tomorrow for them to conclude the playoffs run, and I guess that is where everyone will be scrambling for the top 18 position. So because the top 18 teams will get to play on the grand finals, and that being said, the teams are also looking to secure themselves that hit start point based on their rankings. And what's special this time around for the showdown is that there is smash rules applied on day 4, so we'll definitely want to keep our eyes peeled out for that in the grand finals.
Oh yeah, but what will affect the grand finals is the head start point. So whatever placement that they will have by the end of tomorrow will determine what head start point they will have. Now, with the current states of DPLUS Kia, let's not even talk about how many head start points are they gonna get. Okay, but that question will be given to all the other teams. What will be the amount of head start points, and who will qualify to the grand finals?
Yep, and that being said though, I think that the first place spot is definitely locked and loaded for DPLUS Kia. It's more about the rest of the field. How much more can they gather to kind of bridge the gap a bit closer to DPLUS Kia, because by the time comes grand finals, that will be a different story. And for those of you guys who are new to the Smash rule, this is as follows, as a team will have to play using the regular tournament rules, and of course, they will determine the match point. So that being said, first and foremost, the points that will be gathered by match 18 will be the points set as the match point plus 10. And once these teams reach the match point, they have to earn a chicken dinner to close off their run. I mean, it sounds complicated, but I assure you guys, it's going to be very straightforward once we actually witness it when it plays out.
Yeah, so you gotta stay tuned to the finals later on, then you'll get an idea. But we do have an idea who's gonna play. These are your participating teams, so in case you missed out on yesterday's show, the groups are reshuffled again. So now we have a new set of teams in their respective groups. However, if we were to zoom in onto group red, it is still the powerhouse group. come on, look at this. DPLUS Kia, Alpha7 in it, and then you have HORAA Esports, you have Yangon Galacticos. It is still the toughest group.
It definitely is, and that being said, though, it is going to be tough when you will be pit up against DPLUS Kia in the same lobby either ways. Look at the rest of the field. There are no slouches as well, where we're having the best coming in from Southeast Asia, South Asia, and beyond. Thus far, I've been impressed by Alpha7 for quite a little bit, but tell me, for the past couple of days, how have they been faring up against the rest?
Well, I guess how DPLUS Kia has been faring is they are just dominating, right? Like, okay, to the fashion of like yesterday, they didn't really need to appear. Like if they skip the entire day, they will still be at number one. But they still played. All right, cool. Their first few rounds wasn't like the DPLUS Kia like how we saw in the first few days. But that's okay. Nobody will fault them for that. But they just had to end the day with a mic drop. So yeah, chicken dinner for DPLUS Kia to wrap it up.
Well, do you think that this is going to be the similar notion as well, where, they will just chill for a little bit, explore maybe certain strategies, and then when it comes time that other teams are catching up, they're like, oh, you know what? Let me drop another chicken dinner for you guys. So that could be very well the case.
Well, not only the chicken dinner, but they're dropping MVPs left, right, and center. So Nobu is still the overall MVP as of now with 50 eliminations and 9,647 damage. Very, very likely he will hit the 10,000 damage mark by today with the 4 games that they will be playing. Well, unless if he's not playing, which it's very unlikely to be the case. And other than that, utilities used, that's cool, but what matters is of course the 50 eliminations. Can you imagine by this one player itself, 50 points out of almost 200 points collected by the team? He scored almost a quarter of the team points.
It's really crazy to think about it. I mean, when we take a look at how many games played and this guy is just delivering, and there's just nobody else that actually falls close to that number other than his own teammates. We got Fabian, and of course another name which I can't recall because I can't really read Korean or Chinese. So that being said, all 4 members of DPLUS Kia is on board, and the only other player that's been able to try to match those numbers is Superman coming in from Vikings Esports.
Yeah, can you imagine like all 4 of them stacked up 1 to 4? That just tells the whole story, right? Then it's just like a fight between them on like, oh, who's going to be the actual MVP? But I'm pretty sure they wouldn't mind. It's a team effort at the end of the day. So if Nobu gets the MVP, Osa gets the MVP, Fabian, Chips, I'm sure they'll be cool with that. So these are the numbers here. And even if you want to compare Nobu with his teammate Osa, the gap is quite huge. Now to zoom in on that gap, the overall fraggers, the numbers, 50 eliminations for Nobu. We knew that before. Osa is 39. So Nobu is ahead of his teammate by 11 eliminations.
That's pretty wild numbers out there. And when you add all that together, it is just a recipe of disaster towards their enemies overall. And of course, so far, they've found so much of their successive shots really connecting. Look at the rest of the field. We've always expected Falak to also do rather well, as 4 tribes have been pretty much relying on him as well as the rest of these members to be able to keep up to pace. But Superman thus far have shown us a lot of impressive work from his heroic performance. And from yesterday's run, we've seen GLU Squad making that climb into that 4th position, trailing very closely behind 4 tribes as well as Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, also I want to put out that number 1 and number 2 are both from the Korean region. So this is like the Korean region showing their dominance against all the other regions. It's like, yo bro, I got you sort of moment. And NS Red Force, they scored like 2 chicken dinners yesterday. So they are on a roll right now as well. But are they able to catch up to DPLUS Kia? Probably not. But do they really need to? Probably not as well. Because for today and tomorrow, what's going to be more important is that who is going to make it into the grand finals, which is the top 18.
That's right. And right now, certain teams who are above 70 points are looking pretty much in the perfect spot. But then again, it could still be a little bit risky for teams like APG as well as Vampire Esports. We start to see those surges coming in from these teams from the past couple of days where, you know, they're understanding that, hey, we only got a couple of days left to go to make qualifications to the finals, and therefore they have to push. Now, look at how close it is. We might even see certain shifts to happen, especially Talon as well as A1 Esports at the cusp, at the borderline right now, where RRQ and Boom is looking to make an overtake, potentially even for KN as well as BTR, all the way down to Alter Ego. So we'll have to see if they would be able to score a couple of chicken dinners. As for Claw Slayers, I don't think that they're mathematically there just yet, but unless if they pull up a DPLUS Kia performance, we're talking big potentials here. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, major comeback, well, who knows, right? Who knows? But for the rest of them, did it point out, like RRQ onwards, the points are really, really close still. And that's thanks to DPLUS Kia pulling up a lot of points on top, right? So that will allow like the teams behind to kind of catch up to each other. Now, they're all going to play 4 games each, but on our broadcast, we're going to broadcast a total of 6 games. This is going to be standard. We're going to start off with Erangel, and then we're going to switch it up to Miramar, and we're just going to go back and forth. But what we're going to switch as well along the way is the groups, and this will be the playing team for game 1.
That's right, and we're looking at DPLUS Kia here with the opening as well. GLU Squad absolutely is on the rise alongside with VOIN, so I do expect them to actually pull up some decent runs. And I just want to recap for a little bit, since I wasn't around. How do these teams actually fare when it comes out to Erangel?
How do these teams actually fare when it comes to Erangel? Well, if we look at this group, right, so we can expect an early encounter because we still have Talon and also HORAA in this same batch. So the Yasnaya fight might happen again unless a team decides to move away. So that's something that we want to observe. But we want to observe as well if Contra gets his groove after coming back here from base break. So who do you have to... Okay, we have a new rule here at the prediction desk, right? Nobody can pick DPLUS Kia because that's cheating.
Hey, I just came back from like 2 days break, so maybe I get one pick just to catch up with you guys.
Oh, come on.
I'm going to go for it. Put it right there. DPLUS Kia. I need to catch up.
Okay.
Oh, no. He took it.
Are our experts approving it? Okay.
Okay.
All right. Only once. Okay. Because DPLUS Kia is cheating. I mean, picking DPLUS Kia is cheating. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Man. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's go for... Okay, I'm going to kickstart the day with Alpha7. Let's put this one in.
Oh, really good choice. I mean, Alpha7 so far, they always look pretty good when it comes down to fights. So I'm hoping that we get to see plenty of it coming in from Alpha7. Now, we want to hear from the experts. I mean, so far you and them are tied. So, are you guys looking to continue on with a tie as well?
Yeah.
Well,
I wish I could do like the fist bump, but expert is like okay, it should be like this, I guess. I don't know. Fist bump to the expert.
We can do our own fist bump, like over here.
Yeah, I just yeah. That's as much as you're getting. Yeah.
No. Okay, that looks a little wrong, but let's not get there. So that being said, you guys can also put in your dear votes into the chat below, and if you guys see, other teams being voted out, you guys can have banters, but keep it cool, as so long as you guys are just gonna be able to have a fun time all together. So that being said, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button right now, as we offer you a whole lot of PUBG Mobile Esports greatness over the course of the week, because on the weekend itself, that's where the grand finals will happen.
Oh yeah, that's where you don't want to miss it. And the grand finals is not just 3 days, It's 4 days, so make sure you book your time. Basically, you don't need to be disconnected from us. Right? We're gonna have the show every single day until Sunday, basically. So it's easy to lock in your calendar. It's going to be the same timing. It's going to be in the same channel. So don't forget to subscribe as well, because you don't want to miss out on future iterations of Ruthless Esports. They always have amazing off-season tournaments during the off-season.
True enough, and I'm hoping that one day there's going to be that offline event where we get to visit either Nepal or any areas in South Asia, so that we actually will see a lot of all these players face to face. So if you guys could, of course, lend your hand and support us all the way through, that will be pretty much making the dream one step closer for everybody out there. That to be said, though, as we are diving in for our first matchup in Day 5's actions here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. So let's get this one underway.
And we're coming underway into Erangel, the first game for today. And it will be the race for the top 18. Now, don't worry about the stats. It is the stats. It is not player lineup announcement, just saying, although we see DPLUS here all over our screen. Yeah, but it's just them just dominating like the entire 4 days before this, and they warrant themselves up there.
Yep, all I see is Nobu's face at number 1 everywhere, and man, he definitely knows how to strike a real good pose. That being said, though, this light path starts off from the northern section, as we will kick things off from the corners of Treasure Pole, headed into the edges of the top. So a lot of all these areas are going to be pretty much testing are about this contest, and we're already hearing gunshots inside of the container areas, and there we go, Yangon Galacticos taking on GLU Squad.
Oh, already a bang bang boom boom very early on. Let's go. And not only here, maybe in Yasnaya as well, as we discussed earlier. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that later, because right now it's going to be GLU Squad getting their first split. Stickley takes one out of Yangon Galacticos, but they fire back, they got Xbox instead.
Yeah, 1-for-1 blow. Hex is dropping really low though, so he's got to find something to heal himself, while you can see that there is an even spread with 2 members of GLU Squad opting for the container areas, whereas the rest of the other members are actually taking the warehouses. Sky now going on the push as the battle continues inside Yasnaya, this time cleanly won by HORAA Esports, with Talon walking away with nothing.
Ooh, this is HORAA Esports' fastest win in Yasnaya. Okay, they're done. And we're back onto the container area, where Yangon Galacticos and GLU Squad will fight out with each other. 3 players left for GLU Squad, 3 for Yangon Galacticos. But on the elimination feed, RRQ is in a fight of their own against Kinotrope. They got Mark.
Well, that is going to be 0 marks for Mark, unfortunately, throughout this run. Not intending to put those puns up this early on, but why not, right? This is all these teams are looking for early battles. We already see heavy casualty. There's about a total of 7 players eliminated thus far. I think I lost count. I mean, these numbers just keep adding up, so that makes it 8. And meanwhile, Kinotrope, like you said, very, very close to those members of RRQ. Unfortunately, no troubles on either side, so you don't really hear more bang or booms all around the corner. But for the rest of the field, they're really taking all the way downtown on close proximities, with damage being done from Ozisan. He's got that micro Uzi, he's running out of bullets already. He's kind of stuck out there, and that flank angle was perfect to catch up the bar.
And here comes GenForce on to Ozisan. Micro Uzi on the other end, 50%. Wow, they got those shots from the shotgun on points. And with that, Kinotrope eliminated number 15, no points at all. RRQ will collect them all.
Yeah, that was cleanly executed by RRQ. It's kind of tough when you're pushing on the outskirts, and all these members of RRQ was kind of ready over on the outskirts in different positions. Therefore, it was pretty much of a smooth execution, not too worrisome other than a couple of tags onto these members of RQ. So they will get the entire Milta sector for themselves. As for E Arena, well, gotta look out through the roads. It's funny that, a monster truck could not bypass such a skinny tree. I feel like you kind of want an update where you can, run over small little terrains with such a heavy vehicle.
Yeah, just like that reminds me of like the Rondo map, right?
Yeah.
Like the Rondo map, you have like this bamboo area literally called bamboo. And if you throw nades into any bamboo tree, like it will fall down. But it doesn't work for vehicles, though, I think. I need to recheck that again. But definitely works for nades. So if they can do that kind of update, I guess, yeah, it'll be kind of more realistic if you have a monster truck and you can run down those small trees. That'll be kind of nice.
Yeah. Well, in fact, you can see that happen somewhere down the stretch while Lambos finding a beautiful catch onto Potato, so that's one man down coming in for VOIN Donkey. I don't see any form of assistance coming in from the side of VOIN Donkey, so they will just cut their losses. Revo flipping over in a very dangerous location, but thankfully, VOIN Donkey isn't all too interested in particular on this gas station, so cutting their losses. First blood for A7 thus far. Definitely looking for a whole lot more. Now, I kind of want to look at the first circle update. Do you have any clue where exactly would it be?
I'm just looking at the mini map now. I see Saverny by the edge. So I guess it's somewhere up north. And that's just a guess.
I believe so, because last time we saw all these fights taking place, a lot of it has to do with some area over a nerve point. So that makes a whole lot more sense why these teams are jostling for some of all these control around the area. Well, great to also see Alpha Gaming really getting themselves back to shape, because last we checked a couple of days ago, they were somewhere near towards the dead bottom, and right at this moment they are fighting for that spot to solidify their position. Current place at 15. I think it's not too shabby, but if you take a look closely, Vampire Esports and Talon is gonna make some advancements throughout today's run, so it can put APG at risk. So we'll definitely have to keep our eyes very closely to the teams around that borderline.
And APG playing without ease, their latest signing. But 3 players, we've seen it before time and time again that you can still win chicken dinners with 3 players, and it's APG. I mean, on paper, this roster is like super stacked, so I wouldn't be too worried about them for now, that is. I'll probably be slightly worried for teams like Boom, because it overall they're at number 20 now, and Boom Esports to not see them move forward, it will be kind of awkward.
Yeah, Boom Esports, we know that they have definitely had the biggest potential out of the many teams that participated in Ruthless Invitational Showdown. And even through previous iterations, Boom Esports have always been that kind of staple team that we usually see in the grand finals. Unfortunately, they've not really hit the mark for these past couple of days. I think that we've only seen certain signs of brilliance when it comes down to them going for all these heavy fights, and I think like that's where they thrive the best, especially when they play in areas like Miramar back in the past. I think track record wise, this team definitely knows the ins and outs of those maps. But in Erangel, when you put some of the best teams in the world to really play on the classic matchup of this map, it kind of gets a little difficult when you don't really have, say, maybe a good location to hold out. As for Alter Ego Ares, I think they've got themselves a very comfortable spot just by the edge of Mansion.
Oh yeah, very comfortable it seems, but because like Mansion is in the circle, so now I'm wondering if like the circle is maybe centered around Yasnaya perhaps. But we get a good clear view soon. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, it's centered around Yasnaya. So where will it go? Will it be a hard shift? Because a lot of teams are playing in the middle of the circle. A rather hard shift. Now Yasnaya is by the edge and School is the center. I would love a School ending.
Me too, and the biggest winner when it comes down to gaining that zone control at this moment VOIN Esports because they didn't really leave too far off of where they usually start inside of Rozhok. And now they just have to quickly reposition and get the best spot possible. Meanwhile, Tony K showing up over on the feed, taking down Stickley of GLU Squad. Speaking of which, Mormon hoping to flush him out. As Mormon hoping to chunk out Hex as he's falling so low. And these teams, they're still tanking out the blue zone, and it's going to take a while before they actually get into the zone. So E-Arena really have to shut this one out cleanly. They still have all 4 members. I can't say the same about GLU Squad, though. And it seems like Hexus is, Noel in particular, is the last one standing.
Yeah, this is where we will observe their healing utilities. Okay, Momo has 3 first aids, so that's pretty decent. And after eliminating Hexas, he can get his first aids, so he will stack up a bit more. So they should be pretty fine. They should be pretty decent. And even though 456 only has 2 first aids, but they can share it among each other. So I wouldn't be, I would say they should be in a okay condition now. And these pro players, you know, even though you see them like spending time in the blue, for the most part, they know their timing. They know when to leave.
Yeah, and there's plenty of space over in the north section for them to also make that wraparound. Maybe we're looking at a north entry into Rozhok to be the call for the rest of E-Arena. While HORAA Esports, you know, after that fight that they've taken so cleanly up against Talon, they kind of have a lot of that space inside of his style. Now that it's slightly off of that zone, this puts them into the big mix-up in the middle where you saw plenty of teams fighting for the position, and HORAA kind of looking around the edges right now, while A7 is on the hunt, having such a good view over the fields.
Oh yeah, Alpha7 in a decent position now. Especially with the fact that they can look at the rotation of a lot of other teams in their direction. Maybe like Alter Ego even now that they are moving in across the playing fields. But the moment they move, they'll meet with another Indonesian team, RRQ. Now with that information, they're wondering, do they want to go forward or not? But because we're only at stage 2, right? For the most part, if team sees another team in a vehicle like that, they will just move away.
For most part, that is. But then again, you got to remember that these teams are scrambling for whatever points necessary, so long as it's not being taken away by DPLUS here. So more often than not, these teams, if they can't find a way in, they're happy to take a battle. But speaking of which, plenty of flock of crowd coming in from that far eastern corner. As I suspected, E-Arena moves in from the north point of Rozhok, as they'll be able to gain that advantage inside the zone. Can't say the same about the rest of the field though. VOIN Donkey right now in trouble, soaking some damage as E-Arena is looking to flush them out of position. And up above it is going to be Yangon Galacticos with Romeo Boy sending beautiful pot shots to the river.
And because of that, he'll be able to collect that 1 point. But I don't think they managed to save Seika. Yeah, no. So Pombe will get that point. VOIN Esports. Now we will need to defend the ground against Alpha7. Oh, Mastery, he missed his first few shots. Oh man, that was a big whiff there. If only he landed it, he would have been knocked.
Yeah, that looks a little odd to me. I mean, this is such close range battle. He should have actually got it done within the first 2 shots. But good news for the rest of Alpha7. They will create a little bit more of that space, but they will have to fend up against Miramar. VOIN Esports tries to bring it down the line while Rebo instantly get knocked down with the rival of Asa coming with a flank.
And Asa, 30% of health left. VOIN Esports came into the same building. The Molly will buy him a little bit of time to heal up. But Gen Force cooking up this nade. But don't toss it past that window right in front. No, he will eliminate Asa. But here comes another team. Say hello to 4 Thrives.
4 Tribes absolutely looking to go absolutely explosive, as they will have Lazarus coming with another angle of his own to also chime in. Everybody wants this form of a compound. Whoever's moving from the north point, and this is where it's just helter-skelter. Falak now drops that grenade towards the direction of Octa. Asa just playing it super defensive, and that will secure it. Rosemary also finding one up against Rufus, and that adds 2 points in for 4 Tribes at this moment. Falak securing that grenade elimination.
And now they're looking for more. Yummy is behind this wall. Fala, I'm not sure if he knows that somebody's there. Okay, they do know. Okay, Yummy now makes his move with the DBS. We all know what Yummy can do with the DBS. But even though you have a DBS, even though you're SFK, there's nothing you can do if that nade is in your face.
Man, Fallout is so on point today with all these grenades. It's been 2 in a row right now that he secures another elimination in the bag just by doing so. Now he tries to seek one in, and perhaps he will be able to find Asa, and maybe RRQ will just tumble one after another with his accuracy. Fallout now has that Molotov, as it definitely comes in handy when you have a bunch of smoke, and if anybody runs around, they might just get clipped. Now, with a lot of all these players being eliminated, we are getting another update. The circle goes deeper inside Rozak. And look who's there. Arena, Vampire Esports is going to have that firm hold. So this is going to be great if you guys are fans of Thai teams in PUBG Mobile. And speaking of which, the Saber having Bao Bei knocked out by APG.
Oh, Bao Bei. I wonder who he is. And another pseudonym that we don't know who that actually is. But D Xavier, okay, they're going to be neighbors with APG. And Zul is playing in this round. And Zul is in a critical situation. 250409 now will land another nade. Nope, a little bit too early. But the rest of D Xavier moving in. They want to be the cleanup crew. Zul still picking up Doc. And he'll be able to revive his teammate in time. Oh, that nade. That was so close. But Parjin, somehow he's low. Somebody shot him.
Sile somehow stays afloat for the moment, but here comes the push coming in from the rest of the Savior. Tags all around, and there's barely enough spacing. Parachute also looking to close up. Zyle has that space to find one in return, and just with the pump shotgun, he will be able to draw an exchange. Doc's still on the ground, though, but at the very least, APG suppresses it down to 1 versus 1. Here comes the push, and he's looking for a full kill up.
Oh, he needs to reload his shotgun. Now switches to an M4, but to no avail. He will be taken out. APG eliminated number 10, 2 elimination points.
What a close call that was. I felt like it was a desperate attempt just to heal up. And so far, Vampire Esports is really making it hurt for everybody else inside the field. DPLUS Kia, late rotation, out on the fields, trying to enter the school terrains, but they are settling over onto the outskirts instead to get a little bit more of that natural cover, while the rest of Vampire Esports is really holding down the line. Look at that 2-2 split. Loving what Vampire Esports is doing by having 2 members to look into the city and another 2 over onto the southern terrains.
Ooh, and guess who's dominating? Arena. They just took out Jiggle from HORAA Esports. And because of that, HORAA Esports eliminated at number 9. They only gained 5 elimination points this round, which is pretty decent, I must say. But the fight continues on. Here comes DPLUS Kia against D Xavier on the feed.
Yeah, and overall, it's been pretty much a slugfest between the two. I think DPLUS Kia, with that late rotation, they kind of got themselves sandwiched in between these sector where they can't afford to really move all too much. This fight has yet to be concluded, but Falak is not going to wait any further. He's looking for that push. DPLUS Kia now wall to wall at this moment up against the Saber. It seems like they're looking to have certain info to be fed. Also, still limping on the ground. Same goes to Noble. Chips. He's revealing himself, but he's got a grenade in hand. He's running out of the open just like that with a shot. Perfectly connected as he takes down the entirety of the Savior.
And he will revive at least 2 of his teammates, but not sure if he will have the time to revive Fabian. As Onzens now move forward, they heard the commotion. They want to finish things off. Fabian is just right beside of Onzens. Onzens, not too worried about him for now. Behind the tree though, I'm sure Onzens wouldn't mind finishing him off to collect that elimination point, but it's not the main priority. The main priority if the other players of DPLUS Kia would rush out to save Fabian.
Yeah, and taking a look at the current zone, Vampire Esports with this kind of split, they're looking to really close up against DPLUS Kia before they just go on a certain rampage. But it is definitely a little bit more difficult, especially with Arena taking charge over the North Point, so it makes it worse for wear for the rest of Vampire Esports, hoping to slowly choke out the rest of DPLUS Kia. So Chips is just hugging by the very far edge, looking for an opportune moment, and Onsen is not gonna allow them to set foot any further. But here comes a full push coming in, and Onsen gets knocked down by Nobu.
Calm down, people. Calm down. And Nobu, Mr. MVP, was the one to shut down nonsense. But unfortunately, they were not able to save David, and the point was stolen away by E-Arena. Now, they need to defend against the other members of Vampire Esports. Vin Torres coming in with the nade.
A little bit of a back and forth exchange between the two of them at this moment, and Noble, he's got the S12K also pretty much amped up as they are looking to at least hold down the line. Quick damage being done, and Noble knocks them down one after another, looking for Lazarus as well, and he secures it, depleting the entirety and looking for Tourniquet at the very same time.
Oh, but Tourniquet managed to take down Noble, and he will be finished off immediately. Looks like Tourniquet became the kryptonite of Noble. Now DPLUS care, only chips left behind. But E-Arena, they're by the edge of the circle. Do they want to go in to finish off chips? Oh, looks like they will. They're interested in that one extra point.
Definitely want whatever is necessary right now. While all these teams were going up against each other, take a look at Four Tribes. They haven't really moved too far over onto that north point where they're holding up against R2 earlier. And they benefited because of that, because right now they have the best squad strength to eventually face up against E-Arena. So E-Arena feeling rather confident there's not going to be all too much challenge coming in from the other sector, as they got some natural covers of their own. So just wanting to seek out one final player out of DPLUS here, while Four Tribes, maybe it's about time that they actually make a move to join the rest of the party.
Yeah, Four Tribes has been staying real quiet. Yeah, they had an early fight where Falak scored 6 eliminations so far, and that's amazing. But then they have stood quiet. They didn't get involved in fights. This could be their moment here. They're by the edge of the circle, and they need to cross the road, so might as well take the fight against E-Arena. Play a 4-5-6 on top of the hill.
It's kind of hard to actually spot him out from that position. Also keep in mind, like, the rest of the E-Arena members, they're kind of guarding whoever leaves the city. So if Four Tribes really want to take out 4-5-6, they'd be expected to have flurry of bullets being sent by the rest of members of E-Arena to try to cover ground. So it will be much easier for Four Tribes to perhaps look for that Lone Ranger out of Alter Ego, who is currently inside of the city of Rozhok. Easier said than done. I mean, all these solo players, they're just going to be staying super elusive for the time being, hoping to gain some position. And take a look. That circle fully belongs to those members of E-Arena. While DPLUS is just by the end of it, with another Lone Ranger coming in from Vampire Esports, hiding out in school. And that is going to be Newsy. Great to see him back.
Yeah, normally he plays in Miramar matches, but this time he's playing in an Erangel match. And he comes back with an elimination for himself. But just too bad that he's the final remaining player of Vampire Esports. If his full team was here, then, well, they would have an equal chance against Four Tribes. But now Four Tribes with 2 DBSs moving in towards where Newsy is at. Not sure what his chances are.
No idea, but Four Tribes, so you kind of have no inkling as to where exactly Newsy is, unless if Naki kind of hears any kind of movement with any steps that Newsy take without having that awareness, then they will be sending all 3 members of Four Tribes towards their quarter. As for the moment, a little bit of a standstill until we settle with stage 6, so no commotion whatsoever, because all these teams are kind of comfortable where they're at for the moment. I do believe that Newsy has gotten a little bit of a sense that there are players inside of school, as he's definitely checking for his footsteps while also checking out the outskirts. Chips, what's the call gonna be? I mean, he managed to somehow stay afloat, even having the confidence to run out in the open, and this is where shots will be fired coming from Newsy as he's hoping to secure it, and that alerts the rest of Four Tribes.
And Newsy with the smoke. Now buying him a little bit more time, but he cannot escape the wrath of Lucky. Coming in with the DBS, rushing in on the Newsy, eliminating Vampire Esports at number 5. And now, inside of school, it will be Four Tribes. But on the outside, on the high ground, is still E-Arena.
Yeah, so unfortunate. Newsy could not even find a way to climb over the school walls, unfortunately. And as much as he wants to be alone, I think like he's kind of boxed inside the school. And now the same situation for the rest of these members of Four Tribes at the moment, because they kind of need to run out. But the rest of the arena will be the ones gatekeeping the rest of the field. So as much as I would say the numbers are kind of matching when it comes down to the units that Four Tribes have, exiting out of school is going to be a big problem to go up against the arena.
Yeah, with 30 seconds on the clock, they might need to force an exit. But Chips is still here, the final player of DPLUS Can. Nobody dealt with him. So as long as he's still in the game, he could be the kingmaker, because now Fourth Rise and E Arena is dead focused onto each other and leaving Chips behind. But it also depends on what kind of circle we're going to get in about 8 more seconds. If it forces Chips to move forward, he will be out in the open.
True enough, and on top of that, Four Tribes, if they were wary enough that Nuzi was shooting onto somebody, and they gotta kind of pay attention into the open fields where Chips is currently at. Or maybe they actually missed the mark with that. Nuzi did not eliminate Chips, so it would still be Chips being a thorn in the flesh for Four Tribes, because right at this moment, they don't really seem like they were having full focus over onto his position. And interesting enough, Four Tribes, they've been able to get that spacing while the rest of E Arena, they kind of hold up the northern section instead. So the onus now on Chips. How is he going to cut right into the zone? Because he needs to make a dash right over onto his front.
Ooh, moving from hill to tree. And he sees one player of Fourth Rise, gets him. He sees T24, but Donkey responds quickly. Not able to get a knock on the T24, not able to get a finish onto that player of Fourth Rise, and Chips went out without any extra points. Now it's E Arena and Fourth Rise, and E Arena, they have to take advantage of this.
Yep, this is the perfect timing for them to strike. E Arena looking to close it all out while they're still looking for that grand reset down to T24 to try to make something happen, but he's all the way far over on the edge, so they will be able to go in for the pickup, but not quite yet for them to actually heal up. Another nade being tossed right through. T24 is going to be pretty low, and it's going to be tough for them to eventually jostle that control away from E Arena.
Ooh, to a certain extent, Chips became the kingmaker. If he did the same to E Arena, Fourth Rise would then move forward. So now Fourth Rise, they had the deficit. 2 players against 3 from E Arena. And E Arena, they have control of the circle right now. If you look at their position, they are closer to the middle. And they managed to push Fourth Rise to the other end.
True. Plenty of smokes for them to take cover for a moment. So there is going to be a decent chance where they could still find a way to turn it around. Speaking of which, they are turning K inside the smoke. So this is good opportunity with the 2v2.
Turning K down. Is 456 going to go for him? Okay, Turning K is calling towards his teammate though. Would there be a nade that comes through? Looks like not. Fourth Rise. Okay, do they have nades? Okay, they have 3 fractal nades, but maybe they felt that it's a little bit too far. So they're keeping that nade for now, for the crucial moment. But because of this hill is blocking their view. But Joker is going for the flank.
Oh, this is a very cheeky move coming from Joker, and it might actually work out because the rest of Four Tribes, they're kind of focused onto a different direction, and if he's got anything at all, he's got 2 frag grenades that he can put into grand effect. But now with 456 also on wheels, the rest of Four Tribes kind of hold back ever so slightly, still playing by the spine of the hill. As much as I call it a hill, it is only a slope, and that grenade, good to connect, bringing them to only a quarter of health left for both Turning K and 456.
Okay, so it's still a stalemate now. While Fourth Rise trying to unlock E Arena, they failed to finish off Turning K earlier. Now Turning K is back up, so they are playing as the trio with still the amount of circle control. But here comes Joker! Got the run down! But then again, the counter fire came in. Now it's only 1 player left from Fourth Rise against the 2 from E Arena. It's going to be T24, the prodigy, the clutch prodigy. Now, with a mission to finish off E Arena.
And with them going for the pickup, this is going to be a clean opportunity for T24. He's got a grenade. He's gonna be able to pop it in time, and here comes 30K with a charge. I don't think there's any room for him left. 30K seals the deal for E Arena to claim chicken dinner number 1 here in day 5.
At the end of the day, the numbers was just too much for him. E Arena, they had multiple angles covered. Even though if he wanted to rush forward, the other angle would shoot him down because it's an open lane. Yeah, there's a slope there, but it's not the biggest of impact. At the end of the day, it's still E Arena scoring the chicken dinner with the numbers in hand. The champions of PMSL Southeast Asia coming in with a bang, 13 eliminations scored.
Loving how they've been getting themselves back into shape, just like the champions that they are. 4 tribes so far also have been able to really keep up to the tempo, and with them winning out all those trades over the north, they've been able to at least match up in the form of eliminations. But man, Joker, 30K, they are absolutely on fire for this very first match that we're seeing so far.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Especially 30K could be the MVP, or it could be still Falak because he came out with a lot of eliminations as well. So we got to let our officials calculate the scores later on. But we cannot deny the fact that E Arena scored this chicken dinner, and this will put them in a comfortable position in the top 18 somewhere. And if you remember, Contra, when you cast it in day number 2, E Arena, they were somewhere at page number 3. But now they pretty much have put in enough of performance to comfortably be the top 18.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, they now show up with serious business to offer to the rest of the field. As we take a close look, Arena not only having the kind of positional advantage, I mean, they earn it by just swerving in from the north point, and they saw the opportunity to claim some of all these spaces, and they took full charge of the entire area with that 2-2 split. And look at the rest of the field. I mean, Troubles perfectly executed coming in from E Arena with pretty much matching numbers from frags into smokes as well. Whereas, look at the rest of the pack. DPLUS, get as much as they have their fair share of struggles, they've been able to still pave themselves a passage to still snuck by into the top 5 positions.
Yeah, and we're going to compare E Arena and 4 Thrice. The number 1 and number 2 team, 4 Thrice with 9 eliminations in total. And last we checked, Falak scored 6 eliminations. So that's 6 out of 9. That's a lot of contribution by himself to the team. So there's a chance that he might be the MVP in this round. But I guess it also depends on what sort of amount of damage they put out. But I'm pretty sure it's pretty healthy if you can score 6 eliminations in total. Other than that, damage output in total, E Arena, naturally because they scored 13 eliminations for above 4 Thrice, so they have a lot more than them. But
True
our
enough.
MVP looks like it's not Falak, but it's 30K.
Wow, 30K kind of bests him by 1 point or so, or it might just even be matching numbers overall. That's 900 damage to be done. And just take a look at how efficient he is on the action per minute. 24 troll bowls in this matchup just by 30K. This goes to show that he really puts everything on the line to put E Arena on top. That being said, though, look at the contribution. He has been able to bring 53% back into the squad when you're playing a team before. That is the major bulk of it.
Yeah, and this is how close Falak's points is, right? So 1 elimination behind and maybe 100-ish points difference, then damage output difference than 30K. And then we have 4, 5, 6, whoever the mysterious player is, also up here as our top performers. But we cannot have a stat without a player from DPLUS Kia, right? Nobu still have to slide in between these players.
Yeah, and he is just really everywhere in the map. And on top of that, you gotta want to have yourself still maintaining that MVP title. If you ask me, nobody's going to be coming pretty close to challenge other than maybe Falak up against the rest of these members of DPLUS Kia. So, of course, we'll get to that conversation maybe by the end of our playoffs. But E Arena, this has been another amazing run coming in from them. 23 points to solidify themselves, while 4 Tribes have been looking to match up this score lines by the end of that run, but good enough to actually pull 15 points back. Whereas I think it's a very healthy start. We see plenty of battles to go around. Talon was one of the early fews to drop out. Kinotrope has folded to RRQ, and VOIN Donkey was slowly being picked apart by Alpha7, if I recall. So that being said, they gotta look for certain plans when they go into Miramar to at least pour some back.
Yeah, and looking at the numbers, nobody got time for airdrops. No airdrops looted. I guess because like the circle has been like hard shifting like to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. And then people just don't have time to loot any airdrops in between. Now overalls, because 4 Thrice did pretty well in this round, so now they are at number 2 above NS Red Force. But to be fair, NS Red Force, they did not play this round, so they've been looking to claw back their second place spot in the next.
That's right, and when they come back, I believe that they can kind of slowly get by. We'll have to see if they will be able to, of course, fight up against 4 tries for it. GLU Squad, they kind of have a little bit of that early scuffle that kind of resulted in them being halted. So their positioning goes unchanged, but Alpha7's been climbing all together with Arena. And you mentioned that they were on the third page and now emerging into 7th spot. That is a crazy jump, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, from third place to now first page. Now they are, I mean, if you're in first page by now with today and tomorrow to play, you're very, very likely to see the grand finals. Now, can't say the same for teams on page number 2, especially at the end. APG, Vampire Esports, D-Saber, and the likes of teams around there, because they could still be pushed down if they don't retain a level of consistency. So they need to be aware of the teams that's behind them. That means the teams on page number 3, where we'll see how close the points are now.
That's right, and a lot of all these teams are just neck and neck right now. 76 points is the number to beat. Talon, they didn't walk away with anything, so that kind of allows A1, once they join in this upcoming matchup, to be able to challenge that to go alongside with VOIN Esports. So Alter Ego, they're also inching in closer, moving up 2 spots, with the members of Kinotrope unable to receive points this time around. So the race is still very, very nail-biting for the moment.
Yep, but it will be nail-biting if you don't take a break. So we're going to head for a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we're back, it's going to be Miramar, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring.
Just when you thought that the champions of PMSS Southeast Asia is having an off day, they're back, ladies and gentlemen, with the bang, with the chicken dinner in game number 1. Welcome back. You're now watching the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11 together with me, Sir Clark, and my buddy here, Contra. What do you make of game 1?
Well, I definitely love the tempo that Arena is playing. We see a little bit of a good implementation of tactics as well as how teams actually execute in a very controlled and precise way on taking on each other. Whereas, somewhere in the mix of the field, there was a lot of all these chaos that happens for these teams to even try to squeeze for a position, whether inside Rozok or even on the outskirts, and it definitely was very, very difficult for at least majority of the pack.
Oh yeah. I mean, if the circle like hard shifts to the left, never to the right once, and then it's like it ended out in the open area, it's definitely a difficult circle. And that's where the circle that Arena managed to overcome all the other teams. So Fortress, they came close though, so still gotta give it to them as well. And they still managed to bring in a good amount of points altogether. They're at the podium spot anyway on the overall, so I wouldn't be too worried for them. They're okay right now. We'll see them in the grand finals for sure. But who at the end of page number 3 will crawl in to the top 18? That question will further be answered in game 2.
That's right, and it is looking rather close for some of these teams out there. We want to see whether if there's going to be any form of chance for Claw Slayers within the span of 2 days action. Can they find a way out? Because they're currently dead bottom at the moment. Group Yellow joins in this time around, where I'm happy to see Superman back at it again with the rest of MVKE.
Oh yeah, Superman in the road to the MVP amongst the players of DPLUS Care. And since he'll be playing this round with DPLUS Care in the same set of teams, then we'll see if he'll be able to put up a good performance. Of course, now we're looking at Group Red and Yellow. Something that we'll need to do as our due diligence is, as usual, predict who will score the chicken dinner. And it never gets easier.
It definitely doesn't. And overall, I think that in Group Yellow, there's a lot of stakes involved, right? Where Nongshim Red Force, they want to reclaim that number 2 spot from 4 tribes, while you also do have A1 Esports at the cusp of elimination at the very same time. So if you ask me, it is very, very challenging. And when we take a look at BTR, they're also within pretty much the range to also make the top 18 cut. So this is just going to be a little feisty when we move into the matchup, where I'm hoping that we get ourselves a good one in Miramar.
So, I want to get a good one. I want to get a good one from BTR. Let's bring on the red robots. Here we go, BTR.
Oh, okay. Kind of like your pick right there. And, I have not voted for this team for quite a while right now. And I do think that A1 Esports, they kind of know what is at stake. And they got to really step up. And this is definitely a place where they are still able to do so, especially with so many more games to go. So I'm kind of putting a little bit more hope for A1 to qualify to the finals.
Okay. Mr. Contra locking in A1. All right. So our experts' prediction took a bit of your advice, your excitement to see Superman playing again. So they pick up MVKE. I mean, they have always been this team that is looking like they have that potential of scoring the chicken dinner, though they have not, but they always seem to be kind of like pushing it.
That's right, and I think like a lot of times their aim is to really go for eliminations just to ensure that, hey, we got healthy enough points to really go by. And I guess like it's not too much of a pressure for them, since that FBK is in a decent spot at the very least. So I'm definitely hoping that they would be able to show us once it gets a lot more serious in the finals, then maybe they're going to be looking into getting those consistent results to secure chicken dinners, because when it comes to Smash rules, those chicken dinners matter a whole lot.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely. Save it for when the Smash rule day comes on day number 4 of the grand finals. Now, in case you don't know what we're talking about, stay tuned and you'll find out in the grand finals. A lot more reason for you to subscribe to Ruthless Esports so you don't miss out on all the action. Speaking about action, we're going to jump in onto Miramar. This is going to be game number 2 out of 6 for today. And we're going to see group red and group yellow. Who will claim the chicken dinner? Let's go.
The hit crew coming through. You know what we finna do. Running game, second plays. You know how we like to move the hit.
Goes right into Miramar here in our 5th day of action, and it seems like there's just definitely a lot at stake. Nobody wants to live it down to the very final day, as on this penultimate playoff stage is where everyone needs to be sharp every step of the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Especially teams on page number 3 that we will be looking out for. And if they'll be able to make a big comeback or gain a lot of points in this round in hopes for them to be in the top 18. Flight path is going to be slightly on the northern side from the left to the right. El Pozo has been pretty popular. We see A1 there. Xavier, they generally like to go there with this kind of flight path. So it could be an early fight between 2 teams there.
Oh, this is definitely looking a little bit dicey with so many of all these teams really moving into pretty much similar locations, all due to the flight path. When you move up north, there's realistically only about maybe 5 cities to choose from, unless you really want to extend further out, which certain teams are absolutely looking to do just that. Yangon Galacticos, they're not going to be subscribing into any form of flight unless if they move deeper into Montenegro. And take a close look over onto the far corner. We're looking at Alter Ego, VOIN Esports, and another name, DPLUS Kia by the edge of it. Now, this is going to be good for YG, VOIN Donkey, as well as 7-9. They get a little bit more of that head start in a very familiar spot that we've casted a couple of days ago.
Oh yeah, high grounds. That's going to be real challenging for the teams. Unless if it somehow hardships and pulls down, then well, it's going to be a different conversation altogether. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. And experts prediction change to who? Oh, okay. So we just got news from Mission Control that experts prediction, they changed it to NS Red Force because MVK is not playing.
Oh, okay. For a moment, it's like, oh no, they want to like suss things out a little bit more. So I don't know, you know, like I think like that's fair game overall, you know, since MVP is not within sight moving into this matchup. So fair enough, we're gonna be looking at whether or not if their new pick will be the ones winning out. Now, DPLUS Kia, last game, maybe not having the crazy impact that we've expected them to have just like a couple of days ago, but still, it's another top 5 finish at the very least, and we're definitely hoping that Claw Slayers eventually will be looking to deliver because they are currently at the bottom of the barrel, something that I did not really expect as we are seeing, you know, them testing certain stuff. And I'm not even sure if Zuxi is actually playing in this part of the roster.
Well, according to news, so Zuxi is a loan for the PMSL. And post PMSL, legally or contractually, he returns back to BTR. So technically now he's with BTR. So I guess that Claw Slayers, they are trying out new players, I guess, because they're using pseudonyms, so you don't know exactly, right? But that's my guess, my best guess.
Very, very interesting stuff. I mean, it really feels like he is never really taken too much of a break if you think about it. He called for retirement, he came back like nearly a year later, and then now back to BTR. I guess he definitely feels like home, while A7 looking for perfect hit markers onto the members of Claw Slayers. You know, we were just talking about them, and right now they're just absolutely getting deleted by the Brazilians.
Yeah, it's contrast fault, people. he opened up the topic. Caster's curse on to cross players. Unstoppable, last man standing. Alpha7 rushing him. He stood no chance. And there you go, eliminated. Now class players only have Annie. Are you walking or are you running away?
Oh, he's driving. So
yeah.
So I guess he's doing neither one of that. Well, BTR, I hope that they don't suffer the same fate. So if you say that he's on loan to BTR, then I wonder which one is actually Zuxi who's playing right now, if he's playing today.
Yeah, if he's playing, right? So we don't know. Because they also use like a ton of pseudonames. And, well, rumor is that the BTR that had been playing before this is the academy team. So, yeah. So again, like, because they all use pseudonyms, we can't be 100% sure. But yeah, rumor has it is that that's the case. And I guess that kind of justifies the fact that BTR is not really that performing. I mean, number 23, second last at the bottom. It's not the usual BTR.
Now it makes a whole lot more sense now that you put it that way, since, you know, it could be a lot of all these new faces that may have not had a certain experience fighting up against, you know, teams that have played globally. And sometimes it just gets a little bit more daunting, as much as, you know, Coach Ken, he loves those lobby slayers and looking for those fresh blood who's stepping up to the challenge. And I believe in his philosophy that once you give them those kind of opportunities, they will be able to actually shine like diamonds in the rough. So who knows? Maybe if there's going to be any breakout performances next season, might actually see new names in BTR.
Wow, shine bright like a diamond. Yeah, and I guess that's what he will be looking at as well, right? Since, well, for BTR, unfortunately, it's an off season for them because they will not be featured in the PMWC. So they can pretty much experiment all they want instead of like truly preparing for the PMWC. So I guess it's both a good and a bad thing, but I guess more towards a bad thing. I'm just trying to be positive here for teams that didn't qualify.
Yeah, I mean, every single tournament regionally has been extremely difficult. Even, you know, like, we talk about the qualities of DPLUS Kia as well. Take a look at them with this incredible result. You expect them to be at the EWC, but more importantly, these teams are also eyeing out for that very grand tournament towards the end of the year, and that is something that none of these teams want to miss out, which is why they just gotta keep working harder and harder despite it being an off season.
Yeah, same goes for some of the other teams here, right? That's playing like DPLUS Care as well. It's unfortunate that it's an off season for them. They didn't qualify too, but Alpha7 they qualified. And they're using this as a true blue training ground for themselves. And so far, what a good start for Alpha7. And now they see 7-9 circling around with the legendary Mamparang as the coach today, I guess. He's not playing this round, so they're going to play with their regular lineup of Yumiko, who is Yuhai. Oh, Yumiko is Mika, and then you have Yuhai, Firen, and Trexie. So this is the first team lineup of 7-9.
Oh, I'm glad that you finally got us a confirmation that it's actually Mika, because I'm looking at Yumiko and saying, what? I'm not familiar with this name. But, you know, on these kind of lobbies, they could feel free to not put their official names for, of course, whatever reasons that is so far. So long as, you know, they remain competitive, that's what we really want to see. HORAA Esports treading very closely to the members of Nongshim Red Force, met with retaliation coming from Binny. He's got an M249 to really spray down till tomorrow, but kind of don't want to waste those resources. Sleepy hits back at them very cleanly. Couldn't find a second connection with erratic sprays coming out of his Star L. But he's definitely looking for more. Oh, a little tag on both sides of the head, and they're thankful to stay alive for a moment, but take a look closely onto the rest of the members of HORAA's position. they're kind of inching closer and closer. So this kind of allows No Fear to kind of find the flank angle.
Yeah, and No Fear and Cole now looking for Beanie, who managed to make his way, and the fact that he popped that smoke, they know that he's behind there. And Jiggle does the same, but Beanie, he evaded that one nade. He's slowly moving forward with the SLK. Oh, but they know that he's behind the door. They heard the audio cue.
Yeah, this is just getting rougher and rougher for Beanie. And the rest of Nongshim Red Force isn't exactly in the best position to challenge as well. But here comes the rest of BTR. Beanie actually gets the trade done beautifully so. And now the fight is not over yet. BTR runs from the back to put a little bit of some mounting pressure. Damage being done. It's going to be YG taking one member out of VPE while Sky strikes two members out of Nongshim Red Force.
Somebody forgot to tell them that this warehouse is not in the circle, but everybody wants a piece of this warehouse. From afar, it's going to be No Fear finishing off Beanie. Now Nongshim Red Force only has that one player left. HORAA Esports with 2, but look at the amount of teams around this area. Boom Esports making a showing itself, finishing off Snape.
Oh, this is just so rough. I mean, I guess it all comes down to this, where a lot of the teams, they drop over the northern section, and once the zone closes through, you see a bunch of them rotating rather at the same time, and it just caused this cluster to appear, and now they're just battling for a little bit more of that open space, whatever that they can find cover for the moment. Well, FaZe Clan have stayed pretty much silent over the course of Chumachera. They're going to be happy enough with this position, but VOIN Donkey is already fighting for a little bit of space over on the top end of the hill. As much as there's not much of an angle that FaZe Clan could actually get, they're hoping that they won't get flushed through. So GLU really needs to pull up a stronghold by his own, because the rest of VOIN Donkey is looking for that infiltration into the city.
Speaking about a pool, the circle pulled down to the lower ground, and a lot of teams are already there, including FaZe Clan and now VOIN Donkey. GLU shows up, gets one, but gets counter-fired immediately, goes back down to the ground thanks to Potato, Red Bull. Nothing much he can do from the other building.
Yeah, not much. Well, he could definitely look for a couple of lobs if he could, but he's also getting spotted out very quickly. So, Canary holding his own while the rest of Alpha7 will face that and marches right through it. Just like that, Canary gets a couple attacks, but only good for one knock. Red Bull tries to come in for the recovery, but he's now left out all alone.
Okay. Goes up to the second floor. Needs to heal up, but the nade's been sent across. Red Bull moves forward. He knows that somebody is just outside of this window. The player from Alpha7, Red Bull evaded the nade. But now he tossed the nade down to the ground floor, hoping to land onto something. Cooking up the next nade. He wasn't trying to get Squash Bull. Tries to angle it across, but Squash Bull went in. Alpha7 moved in at the right timing. And they will take out the final player of FaZe Clan.
It's crazy how Alpha7 knows exactly how to scale up some of all these cheeky positionings to really flush out Red Bull, not really allowing him any space to fight off. Now, the one problem settled by Alpha7. The other one is from VOIN Donkey. As they're currently boxed right in, looking for that reset. VOIN Donkey can actually take charge to kind of flush them if they want to. But guess what? Blue Zone already taking right in for HORAA Esports as well as Nongshim, down to 1 versus 1, and it is looking dire with the situation. Both sides low on resources. They gotta settle the scores.
And DZ, he does have 4 first hits, but he doesn't have time to use it. He must win this clutch before he's able to really heal up himself. Look at this, he attempts, but lucky for him, No Fear needs to do the same as well. So both of them reset back to 80% of health. But stage 3 circle. Okay, DZ with the nade. No Fear doing the same as well. They're just mirroring each other now. As DZ moves in, evades that first nade. As STFK out of the hands of No Fear. DZ cooks up his second nade. But now switches back to SFK. And he will be the one to win that 1v1 against No Fear.
Wow, great understanding of your opponents. Overall, the mirror action coming from both ends was just nail botting and eventually matches some of the scores, but they're so far away from the zone. Not too sure if they could still actually gain too much traction in this matchup itself. VOIN Donkey now on the 2-2 split, still holding on from the up high ground of Chumachera, while Alter Eagles corner. DPLUS has been able to put on the whole. Fabian will be able to deliver, knocking down Qatar.
And now Fabian needs to move a little bit forward, but he should be able to finish off Krypton. But we shift forward now to Alpha7 versus VOIN Donkey within the circle, as circle shifts more towards the city of Jumasera. But since it's going to be an urban warfare, we might see a stalemate here. But expect more fights on the southern side where the high grounds are at, as all of those teams down there will need to come into the circle.
I'm loving how the zone says like, hey, let's clear up the north, and now let's clear out the south, and what's left is going to be the citizens of Jumasera, as much as they're unhappy being noisy neighbors for the moment. South side, we last saw DPLUS Kia really holding their own up against Alter Ego. Only 2 points for now. Definitely vying for a whole lot more. Alpha7 is having a pop-off performance thus far in Miramar, while Yangon Galacticos have been able to spot one more out of Alter Ego, while they are trying to also traverse across the spine of this hill to breach right into the zone. But as they do so, even more retaliation coming in from the rest of Boom Esports, spotting them out, and the further they go, they will collide with Alpha7 at the very same time. A1 Esports pulling inside the shack, down to Sinister only, but he cannot fend the rest of the field because they're in that tough jostle between 4 teams.
Ooh, and Boom Esports dominating, but now Alpha7, we have Sinister here on screen, dancing around with Boom Esports. And it's going to be Ponbet showing up with the DBS against Sinister. A1 Esports out.
Respectable finish at the very least with 4 points for A1 Esports, despite not securing those placement points. While the fight continues, VOIN Donkey so far holding firm. They don't really have to do all too much, but they're eager to at least look for a couple of drop points. 2 is barely enough, and he might be able to spot something in return from the kill side where a lot of noise has been shallow curve from that area. Say Cloud now soaks damage coming from all directions as DPLUS Kiera arrive to the scene, make it look very smooth for Noble to secure another one in the bag, and now that's 4.
But the next challenger for DPLUS Kiera is going to be Boom Esports by the side, and they know that Boom Esports is there, so Osa is going to be the one in front. Okay, moves forward. I wonder if he can see Octa, but he surely knows the presence of Pombit. And Pombit, with the vehicle, goes back to his teammates, pulls the trigger, able to land the shots, but not able to get a knock.
Just a couple of all these tags right across. DPLUS Kia playing it very, very patiently as Chips has been able to also spot one member out of Team Secret by the far edge. As much as they have shown their presence, I mean, there's still a lot of all these creases that they could actually play from. Zeta now joining into the factory areas where they're kind of locked into the space between VOIN Donkey as well as Alpha7. A stalemate between the two as Iso is going to be looking to least with a little bit of disruption, some damage falling off. And it is just going to be pretty much the same story from both sides that have not been able to really call for a big breakout fight as they're holding the best position possible. Now, Team Secret also gets a leverage onto the zone, and Lazarus, the only member from Vampire Esports to take the dead center.
Ooh, the final player, Lazarus, who's Schweppes, using a pseudo name. Oh, he stay as quiet as possible there within the city, hoping not to be spotted by anyone. But 7-9, from afar, we see them taking a bit of damage. Oh, it's them actually knocking down Ken for BTR. Not eliminated yet. It could be a long-range knock, so no follow-up. So Ken could be revived in a little bit more.
We'll have to see whether if there's going to be any form of re-aggression coming in from the side of 7-9. BTR isn't exactly in the best possible location, but there is still the zone that they have. If it does shift towards the low grounds of the city, then both 7-9 as well as BTR, they're going to be pretty happy about their spot. Well, we'll have to wait for 2 minutes before we actually get that confirmation. So this stalemate is going to take a while for them to break. We'll have to see. Mika, so far, have been looking rather sharp today. Despite all of that, 7-9 still walks away with 0 point. I believe a lot of these knocks was actually claimed by other squads instead.
Yeah, which is off screen right now. But look at this, an arrow drop behind VOIN Donkey. Okay, so that's a blessing for them. Kyorin gets U-High with tap of the Mini 14. But for him to finish up U-High, it's going to be pretty difficult. But because 7-9, okay, somebody's with U-High. I was about to say that, okay, maybe U-High doesn't have his teammates, 7-9 is well spread, but somebody's with U-High and now he's back up again. Now the biggest challenge for BTR is to cross this road because 7-9 is scoping down on them, but Apex, aka Satar, is playing today and he managed to make it across.
Glad to actually see him back in action once again. Love that he is IGN is actually Vitality versus the rest of the field, which kind of gives you a little bit of a notion that, you know, one day he might be able to also get another chance in the EWC. We'll have to get more of a glimpse as to what happens then in the international stage. Whereas VOIN Donkey, I believe they managed to get a little bit of that restock, like you mentioned, with the care package dropping really closely. 7-9 willing to budge off from their position, but they allow the few members of BTR to cut right across. But BTR having one member stranded over on the far section. It's going to be pretty tough. U-High looks to deplete the vehicle. And Miramar on an urban setting, Chumacera is definitely one of the hardest cities for you to really get a firm hold on to anyone because of the high ground, low ground situation.
Well, and it's still going to be a high ground, low ground situation. Dead center circle. These teams that have already locked in their own apartment inside Chumacera will continue to get the circle. But those teams on the south will still need to move forward. BTR, 2 players managed to break through onto the other side of the road. While Team Secret, okay, one of those teams that don't really have this circle. Maybe some of them, but at least one player is on the outside. And now they'll be facing off against the Juggernauts, DPLUS Kia, who wants to force their way in.
DPLUS, they've been wandering around the outskirts for a long time, and Team Secret is the one that keeps guard. Team Secret, the closest one that have been over on the southeast, have been able to find that perfect opportunity to strike. Now that DPLUS Kia have caught wind of the situation, they try to move the other direction, but he, as much as he's been able to spot those movements, he's not quick on the trigger. But Jiki is, and Jiki's rather close. He will be able to look up behind him, but DPLUS Kia is actually full sending into the city.
Here comes the crash in here by DPLUS Kia, but VOIN Donkey will be the one to stop them, and DPLUS Kia eliminated like that. But that could be an opening for PUBG Esports right now, as they also want to force their way onto VOIN Donkey. Alpha7 is just monitoring the situation. If they're able to get an angle, if anyone oversteps into the crosshairs of Alpha7, surely they will take the shot.
It's all about timing right now. PUBG Esports wrapping around the edges, and they're about to really set something huge, perhaps up against Alpha7. And if VOIN Donkey also gets a little bit out of line, PUBG Esports can actually convert some really nasty shots. But at this moment, PUBG Esports happy enough with their location. Razak's the one that retrieves the package. He's got a lethal P90 in hand if the going gets rough. I mean, Razak has been the main hitman for VOIN Donkey for the entire tournament for VD. Want to see him really rock things up against the members of Alpha7. Now, Rebel has been able to spot PUBG Esports on the far corner, but unable to really take further dry peeks over on the open ground. So, rather risky move, HORAA Esports. Where exactly do they go from here on? I mean, so long as this zone does not shift, we're not going to be seeing full commitments from either parties just yet. But boom, they're not waiting any longer. They want something in return.
Yeah, they want to try to get on the inner side, right? Because if the circle does shift, then there's a big chance that they will not be in it next. So they want to manage that early. But this is the thing about urban warfare. If you secure your apartment in the circle, you will hold it. If you don't, then you have to push a building. So that's not the easiest of tasks. And that's what VOIN Esports will need to overcome now. We'll see the next circle shift in about 5 more seconds, and who will be favored by the circle. Majority teams on the left side. As the circle will go still in the middle. Alpha7, no circle. They will be the ones that need to move.
Oh boy, VOIN Donkey has got a lot of work to do. I mean, they gotta fend off both of these squads, and they're already on the run. I mean, they gotta just shift into Potato's location at this moment. Boom. They gotta time this one correctly, or else it could be a very easy work with both Alpha7 and VOIN Donkey to be able to clean them off. And Yummy's already got a nade pretty much at the ready. Palm is going to be the one taking charge. They already set all these smokes to the blindside. Both VOIN Donkey as well as A7. But they're snapping right into the Molotov, into the trap of Alpha7 and shredded them out like a hot knife through butter.
Sounds yummy. Yummy got eliminated. But anyway, it's dinner time, so, you know, food is always lingering in our minds. Just like how these teams with the chicken dinner lingering around them. Now that we have only 6 teams left with Vampire Esports eliminated, VOIN Donkey sees a rotation. And so many teams on the left side. Now we will also include BTR.
Yeah, it's very interesting as to how many teams are actually looking for that edge wraparound. BTR, I don't think this is a bright idea for them to do so. I mean, they don't really have that intel that these two teams are kind of in that gridlock and can now kind of calls to fall back. Razak allowing him to do so as they both have respect for each other's territory. Whereas BTR now thinks that, okay, we came from the south side, we know that 7-9 is around, we can kind of play off with that info, so long as we don't get into the crosshairs. Speaking of which, Razak finding one in return, finally getting knocked onto Ken. Should be able to pick up that member of fallen BTR, but oh, they just went through the door. That allows them to eventually get clipped up. Same goes to Fearon at the same time. Potato goes in for the exchange.
Now, Yohai is the only active player for 7-9. Razak pushes forward, receives damage from Alpha7. And Alpha7, they're currently on the rampage with the fact that they took out Gachor. 10 eliminations at least for Alpha7, playing with 3 players. But Alpha7, they'll face their next challenge of not having the circle.
Looking so ferocious right now, and you can see how they have been calm and composed. I mean, the way that they've been able to eliminate those members of FaZe Clan and a few other noble names just tells you that these guys were absolutely aim demons overall. Curry now tries to check inside of the smoke, as they do know for a fact that they're sharing that space with the rest of 7-9. It's just that they couldn't really get the vision through, so it's just going to be about the matter of flying shots. Yuhai also tries to give some signal warning, but it's going to be Kyoran that gets sniffed out in the smoke instead.
Oof, you didn't get a good view, but Yuhai, he kind of knows the direction. It's like, okay, there's only that one door, so you just need to aim at the door at the right timing, and you will get your target. That's exactly what he did. But now Team Secret playing with a bunch of pseudo names here. Mr. FKY, I assume that he's Frankie. I can't be sure. But yeah, FKY, so far they are dominating with 6 eliminations right now. And they will secure another one in 7 eliminations. Top 3 teams. Team Secret, the only team with full squad. Oh
no!
Okay.
Jiki! Oh, that was a little too high. And now Team Secret has got to get that revive done. The only reprieve is that Team Secret, they got the majority of space. Look how the tides have turned. I mean, last we saw Team Secret barely had enough space on the southeast, and now they're the ones in control with the most members up against Nongshim and 7-9. The patience pays off for the Malaysians. 7-9 still at the very far corner, so they kind of need to make a deep run in. FKY is going to be able to hold them down, though, so I assume that to be Frankie. He's doing an absolute mega job right at this moment to suppress 7-9.
yeah, we'll take that as Frankie. We'll make it easier for our brains. But 7-9 only Mika left now. Creates that smoke bridge. forcing himself to move forward. Now he's out in the open. Frankie's the one closest. And he still managed to tag one player of Team Secret before GK follow up. And Team Secret will need to pick up their teammate, but it's not going to be a problem because Endless Red Force only has one player left. Simple spray from the top of the hill, and Team Secret locks in chicken dinner number 2.
Build for work coming from Team Secret. They have been able to stop not just one team out there, make that 2, as both DPLUS Kid as well as Donkey Red Force have fallen into their hands. And this matchup was so tactically played off. Team Secret having the last laugh as these other teams were just going at each other. So as much as it wasn't the flashiest of plays, Team Secret has been able to really get some nasty eliminations. I really want to know who he is.
Ooh, yeah. Who is this guy, right? Coming up with a whole bunch of eliminations and also damage output. Could be a new tryout player for Team Secret. But then again, they are heading to Esports World Cup, so I don't know if they can actually do a roster change during this period. Or maybe it's just one of the original players, just fooling around with us.
Probably so, if that's going to be the case. Team Secret during the PMSL stage, where certain days they look a little bit iffy, but come grand finals, they were absolutely in the right form. So I gotta say that this team knows exactly how to execute, and that makes them a scary one to watch out for when it comes down to EWC. We'll definitely want to see a whole lot more out of them. A7 so far have been the ones to really shred out majority of the field, where they've been able to go on the rampage, like you said. VOIN Donkey shared that space alongside with them, so a lot of the times that they were going for back and forth, it was VOIN Donkey that cleared a lot of the outskirt players coming from 7-9 and also BTR.
Yeah, and with that, the VOIN Donkey, they are part of our top 4 teams to watch. But we're going to compare the head-to-head between Potato and... we'll just take it as Frankie. Yeah, Frankie, question mark. Both of them 3 eliminations, but damage output more on the Potato. Assists pretty much the same. And I guess because of the damage output difference, the team contribution for Potato is a little bit higher. Considering that he's the IGL and he's still able to frag, I mean, that's a lot of responsibility on him, but yet he's still able to put in the numbers.
Yeah, he's got the right disciplines and the perfect hairdo as well. Loving how VOIN Donkey so far has always kept themselves sharp as ever. And as much as those stats don't look to be as inflated for the rest of Team Secret, they, for most part, have stayed rather quiet and elusive. But every moment that they actually get opportunities, they didn't actually waste it. So great work coming from he. He's been able to secure 5 eliminations, like you said. And on top of that, they've been absolutely clean on their execution.
Absolutely right. Whoever this he is, put it in the comment section. Who do you think he is? But the other top performers besides he is also Deathstorm from A1 Esports with a 100% team contribution. That means all the eliminations for this team was brought by Deathstorm. And then we have Bombay from Boom Esports with also 4 eliminations, and the IGL from VOIN Donkey. Potato with 3 eliminations here as our top performers. And of course, out of all these numbers, the interesting one is Deathstorm, the fact that he brought in everything for the team this round.
Yeah, and he was one of the early few players that's hoping to get that hillside in Jumasera, and it was just rather difficult that there's plenty of those teams who are moving from the south side, and A1 Esports unfortunately have been eliminated rather early in that sense. But take a look at this. Team Secret now with 20 points. How many positions will they move up from this chicken dinner? This being their second, like you said. Alpha7, another impeccable work coming in from them with that 10 elimination points to match up against Secret.
And here are some of the other match stats. Though as compared to the Erangel match, this time maybe because it's a bigger map, a lot more space, teams will find the time to loot 2 airdrops. And 55 total eliminations with Team Secret having 4 players towards the end. That means we have a lot of players actually fell out to the zone in this round. But that's okay. What matters is the overall rankings. NS Red Force, right now, they are at second place. They take back their spot from fourth rise.
As much as they say it's a take back, they are still even when it comes down to the points against 4 tries. So 4 tries, when they come back, they gotta settle the scores. Now with both teams present, it is definitely going to be a fight to the very end. Alpha7 as well as Team Secret now respectively on both 4th as well as 5th. Is also pretty close to each other, so that definitely is a very interesting storyline that we can talk about later on. While certain teams were not involved, so naturally they do slide downwards. That includes the Vikings that was taking a little bit of that break in essence. So we definitely want to see what are those big moves coming from the other page as Vampire Esports and VOIN Donkey solidifies themselves even further in the top 18.
Okay, so this is page number 2 where we start to see that, okay, have they done enough or will they have collected enough points to be in the top 18? So APG 63. And then you have Boom Esports 78, RRQ 77. So the points are still close for them to push down. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, for number 19 onwards, the points are still very close. A Talon, A1, they drop a little bit, but they will be back later on to try to bring in enough points to be in top 18.
So many interesting narratives in that sense. As we last saw, 4 points in for the side of A1 kind of gives them a little bit more of that maintenance to be able to steadily climb over onto the chart. So still keeping a lot of hope coming in for this team. Well, of course, that's it. We give them a little bit of a break time, and when they do come back, we'll offer you guys even more chicken dinners to go, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back once again. You are currently watching the Ruthless Invitational Showdown with the 11th iteration here of the season. Sir Cloud, we've already had 2 games completed. Still 4 more to go for the night. So definitely it's exciting times to see some of the best teams here across the world.
Yeah, and because the points are tight, right, and the race for the top 18 is on, we'll need to revisit the points again, just for us to have a good glance of who are the teams that could potentially make it, because the games are running by. And here it is again. Page 1 teams, that's fine. Don't need to worry about them. They are very, very safe right now. Very sure we will see these teams in the finals.
That's right. And that being said, it's more about the teams that are on that third page, because a lot of teams are just neck and neck right at this moment. When we completed Miramar, we see major movements coming from Alpha7 as well as Team Secret, while Non-Human Force and 4 Tribes are the ones to be tied at second position with 136 points.
Yeah, and APG is at 81 points. Okay, so that's number 16. 81, Xavier Vampire 88. So the points are close, and then you have a slight gap there with Sem9 with 96 points and then Phase 10 with 97. But we want to look at around like 81 points or 88 points, how close they are. VOIN Esports 78, 77 for RRQ. Okay, Talon, that's where the cutoff is, 76 points. So they're only 1 point behind RRQ. And A1, they are only like 3 points behind RRQ. So it's still very, very possible until BTR to come up with a surprise to be in the top 18.
Yeah, I definitely agree to that testament, where I'm looking forward if there's going to be any form of surge coming from Kinotrope. The last we saw out of the action back in game 1, they walk away with 0 points. Same could be said about Talon. So it's still looking worse for wear at this moment until that they can prove to us that they have what it takes to make the top 18 cut. So right at this moment, anyone's game somewhere towards the bottom half of the table.
Yeah, and the fight will continue on while the games continue to roll for these teams. We're going to be back into Erangel after this. And just a bit of a recap in case you just joined us. Arena scored the first chicken dinner, followed by Team Secret scoring the second chicken dinner, still with a full squad intact. So it was a perfect round for them. And they did score a good amount of eliminations, and that will put them in a solid spot in the overalls to be the grand finals. Now we're going to rotate the groups as well. Group green and yellow will be coming up next.
Yep, we will welcome back Group Green with the arrival of GLU Squad, 4 Tribes, the Savior, RQ, Talon, APG, E-Arena, as well as Kinotrope. So the last we saw, E-Arena have been able to thrive in this setting when they move into Erangel. Could this be the case once more, where it was 4 Tribes that inch very closely into securing a chicken dinner of their own? So far, Southeast Asia is dominating for the first 2 matchup, and I think that, who knows, it might just be a different story this time around.
Yeah, because we rotate the maps, we rotate the groups, it could be a different result. Well, we have not seen a double yet today, so the chance is also open for those teams, E-Arena and Team Secret, to score a double here in this match, since both of them will be playing together. Now, we're going to do, as usual, our usual due diligence. And I want to put in 4 Tribes.
Oh man, you stole my answer right there.
Oh man, did I? Yeah. Oh yeah.
If that's the case, do we go for that rematch, what they had back in game 1? I think E-Arena's looking good today, so I guess I'll go ahead with them.
Okay. Our experts are going with 4 Tribes as well. Okay. Second time, I have the same prediction as our experts. You're going for E-Arena, right? Contra is going for E-Arena. Lock it in.
Well,
for
it could have actually been all of us going for 4 Tribes for all that's worth. So, I guess I'm just going to be the guy that's thinking something different in that sense. Although we absolutely love, Falak and Co. They've been looking super good throughout the course of the day.
I mean, technically you could change your prediction.
It's
But what
okay.
if? Okay, I'm gonna gaslight you now.
You
What
gaslight
if
me.
the arena actually scores the chicken dinner?
I mean, I'll be happy with it because I was sticking to my gut feelings that,
Okay.
you know, E-Arena, they've been looking like they're really putting up some serious showing, which is actually great to see. So hopefully it is going to be another clean take, but I believe with, you know, them going in for another round inside of Erangel, Circles probably will not look exactly the same as it was. If it were, then Irina knows how exactly to execute in a similar fashion.
All right. Yeah, they surely know. They surely do, right? I mean, they are the champions for a reason. So it's a matter of now putting in the work. Do they really need that chicken dinner? Not really. But
exactly.
because they are in EWC, so they will take this as a serious training. It's not a tryout for them. It's like we really wanna find that groove as we prepare ourselves for EWC, right? So yeah, I mean they have a very good reason of still continuing to perform well, even though they are kind of safe now in the top 18.
Yeah, and that being said, I mean, it's really about pride at stake as well when you take a look at, you know, how many viewers from across the world is actually currently looking at their performance, and you kind of want more fans to be supporting you when you are playing those big stages. So I guess maybe in that way it makes a little bit more sense that you kind of want to at least put your best foot forward in that sense. So let's not waste any more time as we once again set the stage for our upcoming match, moving into Erangel.
Coming through, you know what we finna do. Running game, second plays, you know how we like to move.
And Erangel it is. The second time we see an Erangel here today. This time the flight path is going to be very different. Earlier today we see a flight path from left to right, but I'm looking at the flight path to come from the north side, perhaps down. Okay, yeah, north. Besides Starboard to the left of Yogopol. Okay, so it's almost the same. It's just a different direction.
Yeah, and it seems like today all the flights have been skewered. In essence, a lot of the flight paths starts over north, including what we saw back in Miramar, which is where if it does journey into the south, we will once again see a giant scramble out of the likes of these teams. But for what it's worth, I think the teams that have played in Game 1, they'll be decently happy about the same sort of scenario. They know which areas to avoid going up against their own group, but against Group Yellow, it is a little bit of a curveball, right? So I want to see what does this actually change if it is anything at all.
Yeah, because it's a different group, but in Erangel, so one of the major changes is definitely going to be the drop spot and the potential early fight between any of the teams. But what else is changing is of course going to be the circle. It's a 50-50 between the north and the south.
Oh, I'm liking where this is going. Team Secret, the spot that they're taking over North George, can be a really strong focal point where they don't really have to move too far off once they are done looting north side of George. So very interesting stance, if you ask me, on what these teams could possibly take. And this being a little bit more forgiving with the flight path, you know, skewed in that sort of way.
Yeah, so it's going to bring a different dynamic, right, for them. And also a few other teams as well, especially those teams that like to drop around the area of Shogopol. They will have a lot of resources there, and with the circle on top of them, they can surely take their time. But teams on the right side, Yasnaya-ish onwards, then they will need to move into the circle. But because they need to move, they can kind of pick their choice, right? Like whether they want to go north or south. Normally, we'll see lesser teams in the North Island, the shooting range area coming in. So if the teams were to anticipate that, okay, it's going to be an easier entry, we might expect more teams from the right side of the map to go up north in.
Huh, true enough, and maybe that's also pretty much in the works for majority of the teams. It's like, okay, well, this is the way that we should be moving, and we just start to see a big bunch of all of these players kind of moving in that similar direction in that sense. So I guess it is definitely going to be a big challenge still for the majority of these fellows out there. So we'll definitely keep our eyes peeled out. As for FaZe Clan, they are all the way in middle power, so considerably one of the furthest location for them to eventually wrap their way back into that northwestern corner of the map.
Yeah, they're playing by their regular drop spot all the way there. Well, I guess again that would allow them that space because you would have like teams moving in first. And from our trend that we have seen in the previous rounds, like teams would want to go to the middle of the circle. Not many teams want to play the gatekeeping role. And if that trend continues on, then FaZe Clan would have an easy access into maybe stage 1 or even stage 2 of the circle. So that's a chance that's a possibility that might happen. Okay, now we get an overall view. And we can still see that somewhere in the middle, where Jogopool is at, it's still rather populated by Team Secret, GLU Squad, and also E-Arena. 3 teams at least now.
Yeah, whereas the rest of the field, they're definitely taking their sweet time. 4 tries will have a very firm access, and it seems to be that Team Secret moved right into the open areas where we thought that there's nobody manning this household, but apparently there's GLU Squad. So Xbox, he will secure the first blood for GLU Squad.
Just as when I thought that, okay, this is probably going to be one of those rounds that would take a while before we see first blood, but looks like it happened in stage 1 still. And it so happened when Team Secret was traveling outside. And GLU Squad, they normally play around the container area. So it is them moving up first before Team Secret moved out. So Frankie, too bad. It was just unlucky timing for him. Spotted out by GLU Squad and became the first player to be eliminated.
Yeah, he had a major impact back in those Miramar round, and it's just rather unlucky on the timings overall. GLU Squad so far looking very, very proactive today. And rightfully so, because if you're going to be starting off in such a prime location, you want to do everything in your power to really secure the spot. And they're in that perfect chokehold where you expect a lot of these players to be moving around the bridges. So liking what GLU Squad is trying to achieve in the long run.
Yeah. So even if the circle shifts up north, they're prepared for it, right? But even if it goes back down, then, you know, they're playing by the river. They can quickly access the other side. So, yeah, they're thinking the long run. So that's great what they're doing right now. And that's why they're one of the teams on page 1. They know all these micro strategies. They have it planned out early. And they think like few steps ahead. So because of that, page 1 now, they are in fact the best performing Indonesian region team, if you think about it.
Yeah, speaking of which, you know, to me, it's really surprising because back in the, playoff stages when it comes down to PMSL, they were struggling. Where was this form that GLU Squad was needing in those stages? And I think, like, you know, you give them more time, you give them more experiences, and these guys really do show up. Well, did they manage to qualify to EWC last time? Not really, was it?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess during PMSL, what stood out more than their performance is their jerseys.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the Power Ranger theme jerseys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I did kind of ask around, like, are they actually selling it? Because they did have a booth at the PMSL, and apparently they're not selling the players' jersey. They're selling other stuff, but not that one.
Huh. But do they look half as cool at the very least?
Well, yeah, it's still like neon green. with the cool logo. You know, it's still cool. It's still cool. But because the players wore these, I'm sure everyone wants to get their hands on it, including myself.
Yeah, and I've been definitely fancying any form of chance that I could have actually gotten one. And if you were around, I wish you would just tell me, hey, this jersey's up for grabs. Like, do you want one, Contra? I mean, like, sign me up, man. Overall, GLU Squad, super entertaining, a very fun bunch, and just like that playstyle, they're always unpredictable.
Yeah, just like maybe the circle.
Mhm.
Oh wait, what? What? Contra, tell me in your many years, how often do you see this circle?
Okay, this is not less than 5%, but this is still very rare. And especially this split, where you might just see a lot of these players storm up the north, which is what they're doing right now. And mind you, other than that North George and some hillside, there's a flat ground terrain in between Zarki. I don't even know if teams want to go all the way to the edge of Zarki. This is just stage 2. Stage 2. And you're getting this.
And that means we will get a lot of eliminations on the feed right now. E-Arena against 4 Thrice. And we have a BTR against NS Red Force elsewhere. And here comes Joker the moment he jumped into the building. He was ready for it with the DBS. Gets a knock onto Noki immediately. Momo shows up. And 4 Thrice eliminated just like that.
Oh, man. Well, I guess I'm lucky enough to kind of exchange my vote for another squad. Of course, it's just rough. This kind of circle, anybody could be taken out that early. 4 Tribes, they've shown up a lot back in the first matchup, but just like this, you can see everyone scrambling. Even Talon does not get to breathe in this arena. A1 Esports strikes them down.
Ooh. And 7-9 as well. So 2 teams actually shot at Talon. But we're going to see the next fight here involving A1 and also 7-9 on the other side. Jaxi is currently down and Rowdy will take the high ground. Try to get an angle against 7-9, but 7-9, they're going to bail this one. They're going to leave the IGL behind to be eliminated by A1's tryout.
Oh boy. A1 tryout. Who exactly could this be? So far, if you look at those elimination numbers, I mean, he's looking really good throughout the tournament thus far. Well, Team Secret so far has been able to at least hold to that position. They already lost 2. So it is rather tough as we last saw all these members of GLU Squad kind of giving them a little bit of a hustle of their own. But at this moment, I guess what Team Secret needs to do is just to ensure that they don't get flushed out of position. And look at the opposite corner. Claw Slayers is the one that books it very early on. So this kind of guarantees them at least a decent finish if they can hold on.
Unless if the circle is feeling moody and just wants to move all the way out of the city, that's going to be a different conversation. But they're not going to stay quiet. They know that DZ is here all alone. They will rush in the same building. DZ with shotgun, he gets 1 knock. Second one comes in with DBS. DZ stood no chance as Longshin Red Force will lose that player. And circle looks like it's going to go majoritarily towards the north.
Wow, you take a look at that. RQ, they decided on Zarki, and yet they're not getting any form of reprieve. They're gonna be forced to play those open fields. Feels really bad for them, while A1 Esports, I think, is a big winner. They are holding the spot on the hill, but the only notion is that they need to defend this hill at the cost of their lives. So it's more about a question of whether if they have enough resources to pull off all these other teams. Alpha up against BTR as Ease brings out an early MG3 to try to strike them all apart. Not really hitting the mark just yet. BTR finds a little bit of cover. It's going to be a little bit of back and forth. And APG is also spotted by Squad.
Ooh, long range by Ease trying to hit that headshot across to get the knock. But not able yet. But still they are blocking out BTR from coming in. Refuse having an eye on the BTR. Smoke created. They might jump into the vehicle anytime soon to try to make a move for it. Crossing by Alpha Gaming, who's now the heart stopper for BTR.
Well, hope that they could find a little bit of pulse right now. That Pang not so lucky. Good strike by GK. Team Secret, despite only having 2 players, whatever opportunities that they saw, they will take it. Speaking of which, is actually Claw Layers also pushing into this location, or should I rather say, it's Team Secret that actually pushes forward and get themselves into the mix. Boboho now takes another member of Team Secret out, so it's only going to be GK left all alone.
And GK, final player of Team Secret, but on the other side, Alpha Gaming. They were the ones to try to block PTR, but PTR fires back, including GLU Squad getting east. And now it's Zol and Refuse, the active players for the team. Here comes the rest of PTR. Zol fires with the rest of K, but he won't be able to take down any player of BTR as Curran will finish him off instead.
It's just a really a tight space for him to actually play out. Ken gets a little bit of a first dips over on the top end of the kill, knocking one player out, and just like that, on top for the rest of APG as Ref is hoping to actually go for the pickup. Not quite enough. APG, by doing so, they got in the line of sight, and just like that, gets eliminated.
Oh, I thought they were in a really good position to be able to hold that one, but it's just too bad for them. Anyway, life has to move on. Now we have Claw on screen. Wants to find GK, who's the final player of Team Secret, in the same building now. But it's not easy to navigate like up because GK is moving himself. And GK is ready now. Okay, they see GK with the SOK. Circle-wise, they are in the circle. Looks like it's going to be a not jokeable finish, but on screen it's going to be GLU Squad against E-Arena as they drive by.
It is going to be absolutely rowdy. So many teams on the outskirts needing to book a space inside of the city. Joko right now just going through right behind the McLaren. And GLU Squad is just going to try to see whether they can find something to return. The well secures it. Very clean stuff. Now he gets to recover with these limping units of Irina. Not much that they can do but to crawl around him for the moment. All it takes is some really good tags. And GLU Squad locked in his position. BTR holding them hostage. And I believe the Will wants to get that safe done quickly. Now they will secure some of these points before getting stolen away. And
John! Oh, that was a beautiful one. Okay, anyway, Ken became the tank to receive the damage from Noel, but Curran follow up immediately, and that's how they want to fight against GLU Squad. Now, Claw's players, they're not done yet with GK. How long has been GK holding up for himself? Looks like not too long more, as he will be taken out finally, after lasting that long.
I gotta say, that was a pretty good attempt at the very least. But still more to be done for the rest of Claw Slayers, because plenty of all these teams will be eyeing on these spots. A1 with a very tactical position. One member knocked out, and that's Deathstorm on the outskirts. Oh, this is going to be rough. I'm not sure if he will be safe. Sinister will have to play alone just like GK if that's going to be the case, because Balbay holding over on the north end. D-Saver can actually farm some big numbers by holding over onto the north point of North George. Claw Slayers in the heart of the city, directly in the center. Kinotrope's going to be sharing some space with these gentlemen instead. RQ also in the mix, moving from that far end of Zarki to be able to safely journey their way into North George.
Now, in North George, everyone's holding their own apartment. Looks like we're going to see another urban warfare, just like how we saw in Jumasera, where teams would just hold until somebody comes by, or until, most importantly, the zone forces them to move. So that means it's going to be a standoff here. There is a player by the bridge, though. Not sure if he's on top of the bridge or if he's below the bridge. But anyway, he should be able to enter North George okay, because everyone else is paying attention to all the buildings around.
Fair enough at this current point in time. Whoever is taking a little bit of a rental into the space is happy enough to stay for, you know, a couple of weeks, months if they need to, until the zone actually shrinks deeper into this vicinity. And for most part, take a look at the Spinal Hill, which is still somewhat playable. I believe there is going to be a little bit of a haggle over on the far north, and take a look at that. FaZe Clan is going to be the only outlier. It'll be funny if that zone actually pulls deeper to FaZe Clan, and then, well, no one then. I'll just scratch that because they will be left out to dry, needing to now force a rotation. I believe that could be a bug on Red Bull because he's straying further and further on the outskirts. Maybe looking to claim something in return. RRQ finding themselves a decent spot right now with the update, while Tourniquet is the one by the bridge. So very interesting choices coming out of those players.
Oh, I was kind of hoping that the circle pulled to FaZe Clan as well. Then it will be interesting. Yeah, but okay, it looks like we're gonna get a okay circle for most of these teams that are inside North Johor Pool. Though it's like 50% water, but you know, because it's Johor Pool, right? And you know, you got those apartments around. The water wouldn't be a big factor. But FaZe Clan, because they don't have the vision that we have, they will need to kind of guess like which compound or which apartment is vacant that they can still go in.
Yeah, this is where, you know, they're kind of like missionaries with the choice of knocking on each neighborhood's door, and on the opposite case that this time around, by knocking onto the empty door, they get rewarded instead. So, very, very difficult options out there. E-Arena, last we saw was Tourniquet by the bridge, quickly gets sniffed out. So they will be out at knife. Unfortunate as they could not find a spot to score those placement points. And FaZe Clan is still not in the circle though. And time is moving. But Baobei ready for Kieran. And Kieran's now down, but he should be able to be picked up. I mean, they have that ledge to play with. So they should be able to recover him. Not going to be a problem. I guess the bigger problem right now is going to be FaZe Clan. Like, where are they going to enter? Speaking of which, they're already getting shot by the Savior. The Savior so far with clear advantage to also peek both ends. Balby on the south, another few members over onto the north. So these form of strategy absolutely helpful when you need them the most. While this is where it gets a little bit more tense, right? Because at this point in time, a lot of all these players were just sheltered so well that even if you do get a knock between the urban setting, there's some easy pickups that these teams will do, so long as the zone does not really force any form of movement, so to speak. So I'm not too certain as to how exactly FaZe Clan could still even find, you know, that wiggle room, because Canary's still on the outskirts. Yeah, I know, right? Like, okay, they at least they managed to slide into the circle, but very likely they won't get the next phase. So it's going to be real challenging for them. But let's see how far will the circle be from FaZe Clan. Now it will shift. Oh, still goes all the way down south. Still at BTR. That is insane. It's crazy. I mean, I don't know if you can call it luck or so, but BTR with a huge gamble onto taking that spot. And mind you, those spots directly in the center, if they want to find a cover inside the compounds, it's absolutely emptied out. They can actually take claim if they want to. So long as they have coverage. Yeah, it's as if they bought the circle, right? Like, you know, you would kind of think that, okay, maybe they're at the edge of the circle next and all that, but no, okay, they're not in the middle of the circle, right smack there. I doubt teams would really want to go there and hunt them, so they will have all the time in the world right now, as long as they have this circle. Nobody's going to leave the comfort of their apartment. That's true, and now FaZe Clan hoping to at least secure a little bit more of that space, as they're in a little bit of tug of war up against the rest of the field. It's going to be BTR finding the mark onto RQ, as that's going to be a perfect hit shot connecting, but yet again, it's a big scramble inside the city. There's still certain opportunities that they can actually look for. Sticky grenade now tossed randomly towards the direction of DPLUS here. Well, actually, Halotrope, since DPLUS is taking a break, It's going to be BTR Vitality already scoring 10 points and still looking for more.
Oh, 10 already. And they have the circle. They're on a roll this round. And let's remember that BTR, one of those teams that really, really needs the points to be in the top 18. But same goes for Kindertop and Claw. They're still in the game right now. But if BTR can score this chicken dinner with the amount of eliminations that they have collected so far, that will easily boost them up significantly in a comfortable zone.
Yeah, and right at this moment, as much as we talk about a comfortable spot, BTR, they're happy enough with those points that they farm out. And if they could back even more, I think like we are going to be seeing them in the grand finals if that's going to be the case. So right at this moment, Lost Slayers, well, the early occupants of this North George is holding firm. And they're trying to see a way if they could actually get a couple of catch over onto these members of Kinotrope. While the rest of these other players coming in from D-Savior, happy enough to take the dead center. If they go even further than that, there might just be a challenge between DX and RRQ. Whoa, that's a big bait. And makes the job easy to clear out Sinister.
Wow. We had questions on how FaZe Clan is going to overcome this situation. And now they found an entry. Passing A1, and they have a building of their own. So far, they still have the circle, but there's a chance that the circle will go away. D-Xavier is going to be the next target if that's going to be the case. We get a confirmation in about 5 more seconds as the zone will start to shift again. Since BTR is in the middle, they will surely get the circle still. And there you go. No circle at all for D-Xavier and FaZe Clan.
It's crazy how the updates keeps getting harder and harder for everybody else, and it's the Indonesians who are fully in the circle. All 3 of them, as a matter of fact. It felt like they've played this a bunch of times before, whether it's scrims or tournaments, and last I remember, there was one somewhere between the PMSL, where I can't remember clearly. FaZe Clan now getting pumped up, and it's going to be D-Saber holding it down. Baobei looking great. Looking for the movements. This might just actually be Lamborghini on how he's been handling the situation. Canary now getting the shots done. 2-5 is already out.
Wow. FaZe Clan, they're just insane right now. They're clearing their path slowly but surely to get into the circle. But okay, RJ is going to put up a big resistance to them for sure. But this nade, oh, nice angle nade to finish off Dewey. Now FaZe Clan, only 3 players left. The other player of D-Xavier, Baobei, are behind. I wonder if the understanding of Baobei is the same as us with the Vietnamese.
I believe it could be the case. A lot of Vietnamese, some of their secondary language could be Chinese as well. I mean, if they're neighboring countries.
Oh!
That says, but oh, Baobei! Yet again, ice cold. Can we call him Big Baobei if that's the case? Well, we'll hold that thought for now. Another one from Paragen! Insane work from D-Savior!
Well, looks like D-Xavier was the only team to be able to stop FaZe Clan. And now they themselves will need to crash into the circle. The next challenger is going to be Kinotrope. Kinotrope needs the points, but the moment FaZe Clan gets eliminated, D-Xavier pushes forward and they find their next target, Kinotrope. Kinotrope tries to fight back with Tamra right now. DBS gameplay, trying to defend this ground. D-Xavier is not truly in the circle yet. They still need to move forward, but they have to get past this DBS.
It's so difficult to actually trade with D-Savior when it comes down to close quarter combat. These guys are masters when it comes down to pulling up some clutch moments out there. Speaking of shotguns, there's SOK hitting the mark. Once again, it's Paragen. Oh, now they go on a rampage. 10 points in for Dingo Savior to be able to match up to the tempo of BTR.
Man, are you kidding me? Paragen is playing at the top of his game now. But the circle shifts again. Look at this. This circle, stage 8 circle, you still have 50% of water in it.
I mean, with that 50%, it kind of confirms that RQ's location is the best location because naturally, when it comes down to these kind of circles, it will eliminate water by the tail end of stage 9. And speaking of which, actually, stage 9 is going to be in the middle of the street. Oh, this is going to be bad. This is extremely bad for class players that needs to make a run across, which is why Pepang is going to lead the way. It's a 2-2 split. And somehow, Ozzy-san's lurking from the back. He might have a chance to strike them down.
Oh yeah, Ozzy-san could be the bane for class players. They still have the smoke bridge though. Beautiful smoke bridge created. It's like totally covered. Now Bobo is making a move for it. Unstoppable might be stopped by Ken here. And Ken will be the one. Wow, that's a decently long range. Using an EBS to knock down Unstoppable.
That's pretty impressive if you ask me, because they were inside of the smoke, and Ken right now gets himself into the upper portion of the rooftops just to get himself a little bit more cover. Lapard strikes down the final member of Kinotro, while RRQ takes charge at this very moment. Claw Slayers, one after another, depleted. Moving into the top 4, but not really finding most of these numbers in return. They still have plenty more smokes left, but it's only one member that survives the cut. Now going for that revive. Perhaps this could be a chance for Ken to leap downwards to seek them all out.
Okay, and Curran is also behind him. But Ken, solo gameplay, comes in with a knock, but gets countered from the other side instead by Red Face. Now it's only Curran left for BTR. But now Lapar is in trouble. Blue is just right behind him, but his teammates have to clear the front. Thanks to Gen Force, Lapar can move.
Right now, only the Indonesian teams are left here to play the final zone. And take a look at the dead center. That is the location of where it will straight, so it will be a little bit more of a heavy casualty for both cosplayers as well as RQ. Speaking of which, I guess there's only one casualty, and that is going to be from cosplayers, and Lapar trading back some pressing Rip Phase on that very tight corner. There's barely any space. RRQ dominant, and now all that there is left is BTR to hold down line, and with the freeze, he's able to hold on, but not for long. The king of cakes, Rex Rigum Keon, dominated here in North Georgia Pole.
And here comes RRQ with another chicken dinner in the playoffs. Their second chicken dinner. It will definitely be good enough for them to move into the grand finals. But BTR, second place finish with a good amount of eliminations. We also have to give it to them as they are on a desperate mission here to be in the top 18. But we're not going to take away the spotlight from RRQ. It's that chicken dinner. It's that moment in such a tough circle.
They're finally showing their true colors. These Indonesian teams were popping off. And, you know, those good reads as well as tactical hold onto the right spots have gained advantages for the rest of RRQ. You can say the same about Claw Slayers. That was the earliest team to be on the block, but it just was unfortunate with the very final shift where they were forced to move from north all the way to the direction of RRQ, and just because of that very reason, they settled for third place, which is still decent enough. But man, Lapar is definitely on another level today.
Oh yeah, he's definitely hungry, just like us. But for RRQ, yeah, topsy-turvy sort of performance throughout the playoffs, but they have done enough to surely be in the grand finals, which is, at the end of the day, the objective of the playoffs. You're in the top 18, that's cool. Yeah, you get more starting points to the grand finals, but grand finals is like a total of 4 days, so there's a lot of games that will allow the best 18 teams here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11 to catch up to each other. So it's not going to be a big problem as long as they are in the top 18. With 2 chicken dinners so far in the playoffs, RRQ surely will go through. Now I will want to see how the page 3 is shaped up now with the fact that BTR did put in a decent performance.
Yeah, and that's about 10 points. I believe that actually knocks a team out of the top 18 in that sense. Dingo Savior also coming out with a strong performance with 10 eliminations of their own the last we checked. And a lot of that was due to Paragon's heroics. So let's take a close look. Look at that insane number coming in from Bigatron Vitality. 2004. I mean, just like the year, I mean, that wasn't exactly the time that I was born, but some of these guys, they were born around this circuit. So that being said, things are absolutely feisty. Still, yet again, we don't know half of the players playing this squad.
Well, I had a thought for a moment that, wait, you were not born in 2004? Okay, yeah. That's right.
I was born before, right? Those
Yeah,
years.
if only that was true, right? Then it would be kind of cool. But what's cool is Kyurem coming out as the MVP. 6 eliminations, 1,035 damage, and he was the final player to stay alive for BTR.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive on how they've been able to work with those kind of tight spaces, because a lot of the teams were looking for those compounds, but BTR had a creative idea. It's like, what if we just took those kind of ledges over on the edge and they managed to punish some of all these movements coming in from what I deem to be E arena by the bridges, and then look for even more opportunities with some players coming over the hillside up north, some inside of the urban setting. So they get to seek them out one after another. While in the top performing list, we have plenty of names coming in from BTR with Kyurem as well as Ken. Balbay following suit with a major number coming in for DXN. I'm just making assumptions that it might just be Lamborghini, the best player from Vietnam.
Oh yeah, I guess maybe, right? Like he's like one of the missing players from what we can see at least, and it's kind of safe to assume, I guess. And Xavier also 14 points collected, so that's pretty nice. They did put on a good show. Claw Slayers 10 points. They are also in a desperate mission to be in the top 18, so they will need all the points they can get. Now in this round, even though the circle was tough, teams still had time to loot 2 airdrops and 57 total eliminations. So that means that at least 3 players got taken out by the zone. But it's understandable because this circle is tough.
Super tough. I'm just pretty impressed that there's still 13 headshots, considering that a lot of all these fights were in close proximity. Look at KF. Longest distance is only 214. That is not quite far if you ask me. So a lot of these fights were close quarter combat in most part. So back into the overall standings as we take a glimpse. Not much movements over onto the top 8 other than Arena moving slightly upwards, and that knocks Vikings out without them participating. So very interesting enough, for as a matter of fact, we have not seen MVKE for the entirety of the day. Well, I guess they really do have plans going on their Tuesday schedule in that sense.
And on page 2, well, is it part of some of these teams' plans? Definitely RQ's plan to be on page number 2 now. After scoring that chicken dinner, number 15, 94 points. Vampire Esports, they didn't play that round, so gotta be fair to them. Naturally, they dropped slightly, 88 points. Now that's the edge of number 16. But they have 2 more spots on page number 3 that could still qualify into the grand finals, and that's going to be the crucial slot. But let's also remember, like 88, 94 is down there, so we want to see how far the points are. Looks like not so far. BTR, wait, BTR from 23, now they're 18.
It's crazy if you ask me. I mean, that huge number, really see them surge all the way up. And A1 Esports is now tied with Boom, and they're just about to cusp of it. They need those 2 points up against BTR, and upcoming next is going to be Miramar to see if BTR can actually do a whole lot more, but perhaps they might even take a longer break than that. So I'm definitely wondering what will be the final outcome when we close out the evening, because it's just getting even tougher as matches after matches pass.
Yep, but it's not so tough for us to call for a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we're going to re-roll back the groups, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after the break. Well, more surprises to come. Not only the circle, but also potentially the results here, ladies and gentlemen, as we're back for the second half of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11 for today. And we only have a handful of games left before we lock in who is going to be in the grand finals. My name is Sir Clark, together with Contra. We're still here with you. And here is RRQ, who just scored the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and take a look at this. It's been different regions of Southeast Asia that's been scoring those chicken dinners for the past 3 rounds. We still got another half, so we might even expect to see, Brazil to take the cake. It might just even be one of the Korean powerhouses to also secure it. Speaking of which, Group Red will make a return into this matchup. So welcome back for Esports, DPLUS, Kia, Yangon Galacticos, and Alpha7 in that sense. Now, out of all this list of names, it definitely has been very interesting that a lot of the winners are actually from Group Green as well as Yellow from what we're seeing today.
That's a good point. So Group Red, maybe they're losing their mojo. Is that a clue for your next pick?
Not too sure about it, honestly, because there's just so many no lanes. So I'm just thinking that it might just be this time Group Red that actually secures it because it's been a dry spell. So of course you said that DPLUS Kia is not going to be up for selection, so I'm going for Alpha7 this time.
Okay, locking in the Samba boys. All right. Hey, expert prediction took whatever. We're having this wavelength today. I was also thinking of HORAA. So, yep, gonna stick with my guts. Let's bring in HORAA Esports. Let's go.
You guys are like couples, I guess like all you have to do is follow the expert's prediction, and if they score, you score as well. So keep it even. Okay, I kind of see your game plan right now.
Hey, but I was genuinely thinking of HORAA. Okay, I was genuinely thinking of okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah. but I don't mind if the expert wants to bring me out for dinner. It's been a while since I've dated, so.
Oh, okay. So I guess you don't mind. We have no judgments whether if your preferences are. Well, I've been single for quite a while as well. Not that I'm asking for any suitors out there. And looking at the current state for these teams, I guess like they're looking for a suitable scenario for them to score a chicken dinner. So looking at those names, I think like out of the many names out of Group Red, Vampire Esports have been rather quiet. Yes or no?
Oh yeah, they've been quite missing, right? I guess one of the more highlighted moments of them we saw in the first game in Erangel when it was the school-ish circle. And they head out like 3 players out, and then they just lost it out in the open, leaving Nuzi alone. So maybe a bit of a coordination that they need to recalibrate again. But of course, it's going to be a different map this time from last we truly saw them. So let's see if they'll be doing better in Miramar.
Into another round we go with the plane saying PMGC. Not the right year though for this, but of course still loving the colors and everything else that comes along with it. So back towards our discussion on Vampire Esports, and I just can't help but to notice that whenever they field Nuzi's always going to be this player, either if he goes out first or he goes out last. There's no in between. And I kind of have this discussion or banter with, I believe, Tash Bunny back in PMSL, where Tash Bunny says like, sometimes he plays in a very selfish playstyle that can work very well or very bad. Like, do you agree or disagree?
Ooh.
It's a very hot take, right? It's a very hot take. So, I'm not too sure. It's like, I think there's truth into what she said, and at the very same time, a lot of times when we see like the main roster being fielded in PMSL kind of does not involve Nuzi. So maybe in that sense, there's some facts to it, right?
Yeah, it's a hot take, right? Like, I don't know whether to say yes or no. You know, it's kind of hard. I'm
Kind of putting us
conflicted.
in the spot.
Yeah.
It's a very, very controversial thing to say about a player because I believe that every player has a certain sense of teamwork when you are playing in the professional scene. So we know that Nuzi, you know, a couple of years back, he's been the craziest players in any circuit that he plays on. And speaking of craziness, the X finding a strike onto Arena rather early in the city.
Oh, very, very early indeed. And Bao Bei took out Turney K. Okay. Arena falling apart to the hands of D Xavier. In fact, they only have one player now left. But on the elimination feed, GLU Squad and Yangon Galacticos having a fight with each other. Now we have them on screen. And there's Smile, Mr. Clutchman for Yangon Galacticos. He has done it before. He can potentially do it again. But he has started off with KF. Arena confirmed out. And that's Smile for you.
Oh boy. And Smile, he's always got these crazy APMs. His action per minute is just impeccable. And looking at action per minute as well, D Savior, Spalbe, which I assume to be Lambo, has a very similar kind of playstyle movement that is very distinct, very aggressive at the very same time. And I like that, you know, we get those action from these two teams to really kickstart, to really showcase what great players actually do to get edges when it comes down to all these fights. And speaking of which, Ever Burnett is joined in. He's gonna knife him from the rear, is he?
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Keep it PG, people. Keep it PG, okay?
Well, that is as clean as it gets. At the very least, he made it a swift work. Now, GLU Squad awkwardly taking this fight in off the charts kind of city in Valdemar is just very low likelihood of these two teams clashing, but somehow they do. YG coming on top is definitely interesting to see, especially with GLU Squad performing rather fine throughout the circuit of this playoffs.
Yeah, and that's why they are on page 1 now. But Yangon Galacticos wouldn't mind taking them out, and Smile again shows up to knock down Noel, or formerly known as Leon Punk, when he was in BTR before this. Smile circling around with SFK, and he will get his next target. Smile is back at the best of his game.
Ooh, wow, that was super explosive coming from YG. Just a show of confidence, and like that you pointed out, that was Leon Punk, because I had no clue that was Noel. So, you know, I guess that his new name is a lot more easy to pronounce. So it also revitalized his own branding that, you know, he's a changed man and he's playing so much better. And that wasn't the best showing out of GLU Squad, to be fair. So, of course, moving into the scenery, Miramar, GLU Squad so far hasn't really had the best of results for most of the majority. I do believe that there were certain rounds that they were good at, but I feel like whenever they move into Miramar, it's always these early game things that kind of affected them. But if they make it past early game, they usually try very well.
Yeah, but to be fair to GLU Squad as well, like they're like 117 points. You know, they can afford to drop this round and
Ease
have
out
a meal.
bit.
Yeah, they can ease out. And I'm sure you know this, right? Like, especially when players play online and they're at their respective places, like if they drop out, what do? They go eat. So
we don't have the privilege.
we clearly don't have the privilege, right? But the players do. They'll be like, we too soon. Okay, let's go eat. You know, food is waiting for them anyway.
Yeah, Prod. Do we get a raise or do we actually get dinner time? Make a choice. Pick one. Give us one of the other. Anyways, I mean, nudge, hint, hint. Could be serious, actually. While VOIN Donkey,
Whoa,
clean stuff, kicks out Vin Torres. Razak so quick in action, and to me, this early game is really a flare of showings coming in from all these players who are really looking to really hit the mark here. While Razak for a whole lot more. He noticed Ansys is already on the save, breaks down the doorway. So Ansys is kind of stuck with Venturis because either the only way is up or you will be pretty much boxed in through the doorways. And Razak is just so smart on his maneuvers.
Yeah, and Razak right now needs help though. He's stuck at the top of this tower with Vampire Esports wanting his hit. Lobbing nade after nade, hoping to get a knock. Then they will have an opening. But for the rest of VOIN Donkey, okay, they are still quite spread out. They need to back up Razak for sure. Ventura shows up and Razak goes down. Now Razak calling up for help, but he's behind the edge of that rooftop, so he can just drop down easily. And now he will be amongst his teammates.
Yeah, and that mid-range shot coming from the DPS was so nasty. Finding a knock on to Razak, but thankfully Gachori is over on the back, so he will be able to go in for a save. Newsy now finds that opportunity. Great clearance coming from Venturis to be understanding that situation to really push upwards early on to really find the opportunity. Stick a grenade, toss right out, not finding the mark just yet. Razak now backed up. Gonna go in for that full challenge right now. Potato now trying to really clear up the space. It's really taking a while now between both VOIN Donkey as well as VPE, both having equal stances. And now who's gonna come up on top? Potato soaking a little bit more. It's gonna be Schwabs. That does get that return exchange, and now he joins in the rest of the field. And Zeta stuck on the open. It's gonna be Newsy out here, bringing it out to DPS into play.
And Newsy from somewhere on the ground floor, or maybe like a first floor, depending on how you look at it, just buying time for Schwabs to come in with a flank. They bought enough time for Schwabs. Schwabs shows up, flanked VOIN Donkey, and that's how they eliminated them. What a well-coordinated gameplay by Vampire.
And that further solidifies our point that Newsy, he's still very much a team player in essence, where he's been able to really supplement in that fight. But the coast is not clear yet. They win out that battle by Graveyard, and take a look, that hard shift over onto Power Grid and beyond. So Vampire Esports, they're just looking at Woods and Paragon, and the rest of the Saber are charging into Graveyard.
Oh, okay. Well, we might see action in a little bit more, but we're also seeing Talon really taking their time, and they're quite far away from the circle. On the elimination feed, APG and 4 tries in a fight. Okay, East went down. For now, 4 tries. One player is knocked but not taken out yet. They fight back. They got refused. Looks like Alpha Gaming lost 2 players, and Doc is on the other side. And here comes IQ with a nade. 10,000 IQ on the Doc. It did damage him. It did clip him a bit, but IQ himself, he needs to heal. But Doc is now very low. Doc counters with a nade, but it's a 1-for-1 trade.
I love that they actually went equal fall lock this time. It's not going to have all too much space, but at least Naki has been able to cover for now to be going for that pickup. Zao doing exactly the same, trying to find something in turn to save Doc at this very moment. Barely finding enough cover, but with just about enough safety net, they will get that reset and continue on with this onslaught. 5 eliminations already for Dingo Sabers this early on, as they took out some of these members of Vampire Esports, I do believe. Well, APG, now that they've managed to queue up those members from a far end for 4 tribes, it's going to make it hurt. While the Saber are looking to clean up shop on the weakened side of Vampire Esports, going for the push. 2504 gets a clean job executed. And there goes Vampire settling for those 4 points that they had, which they've been able to secure.
Nice medium range spray there with the DBS by Doc, and he was at his last tick of health. He will not only be able to save himself, but also be able to save his teammates. Zone. Oh, wait. I heard gunshots. Okay. Oh, okay. At least they're shooting from across. I wonder who that is. Okay, those are the remaining members of 4 Thrives. So Doc with this rock. Yeah, I did that on purpose. Have enough cover to save Joel.
Yeah, and we'll see how he's going to be able to find a little bit more of the cover. I like that he actually played a little bit mind games with that smoke grenade as well. If you were to smoke on the same spot where you're going for that revive, they think that, oh, they're they're gonna be camping inside the smoke, so they will randomly spray inside the smoke, right? And by doing so, he kind of sets up a little bit of that decoy. Now, draws an exchange. He actually lands a bullet. I'm not sure if that's going to be a knock, but Doc is just so sharp on his attack that he's managing to suppress those members out of our tribe. So they've been limping for a while now. Falak somehow still staying strong. And they're just going to fully commit to this. A fair 2 versus 2 between 4 tribes as well as Alpha Gaming. Oh. And they're looking to full send. Zio has been revived multiple times and now attacked down low again.
Okay, he's super low. He needs to heal. But he's out of first aid. He only has 10 bandages. Okay, that's going to take him a while, but time is not going to be given by Falak as he lobbed his nade out the zone. And eliminated right after by Falak. Now Doc has no one else to save but himself.
I just love the game sense that Falak actually has. Like, he knows for a notion that, okay, he might just be hiding somewhere on the outskirts of the shack, and all you really have to do is just toss the grenade right at the back. Doc secures it with a flank, though. This time, no fear over onto the high hills, looking to draw an exchange up against those moving targets of the Savior as they try to book a space inside the crater fields. Kind of lost track of where they went. No fear, as much as he has this elevated angles, I'm not too quite sure as to where exactly the rest of the members of HORAA is currently at.
They have 4 players, so yeah, we're not too sure. Maybe once we show the map, then we'll get to see a better view of them. But right now, what we're going to see is going to be Alter Ego and RRQ. The team that just scored the chicken dinner versus the team that needs a chicken dinner, because Alter Ego is one of those teams on the outside of the top 18.
And when they do score chicken dinner, there's still a lot of work to be done. You set the benchmark as APG, right? You don't want to be at 18 in specific. So they need those big volume of eliminations to also book out. So I'm not too sure if Rosemary is around to really alter the course of Alter Ego, because they've been on a slump. But then again, these guys, only when the moment matters the most, that's where they kind of put their 100%. And I feel like that has been the bane of Alter Ego for most part. And this time, moving directly into the territories of RRQ, that direct challenge didn't seem to have worked in their favor, with one member being tagged out. And Alpha, he drops the exchange, takes down the Peko in return.
Oh, Alpha from afar takes out Gen Force. They will give a little bit more space for Moana, but now Moana will still be charged in. He does have his teammate together with him. So at least 2 players here against 2 players from RRQ that has arrived. Lapar, who had a big performance in the previous round, now needs to put up another performance against Alter Ego. Okay. TPP. Oh, but he's been shot at. Oh, he was only really focused in front that he forgot to put focus onto whoever might flank him.
My word. It seems a little sloppy coming from RRQ. They were holding into this grounds, and it really felt like they didn't really have plans to go in for the defense, and Alter Ego kind of took them one after another, but all thanks to Alva with those long range angles that he found with that double knock. And that kind of opened up all these opportunities. And take a close look. Alpha7's drawing closely into this position. So the fight's perhaps not over yet for the rest of Alter Ego. So at least a good start. AE gets 4 points.
Okay, and AE, they could use all the points they can get right now. Next target is probably going to be Alpha7. But Alpha7 is still traveling though. So Alter Ego, I guess their focus is to try to get into the circle. But somehow Rosemary spotted up by VOIN Esports way behind on the outside the circle. So that means these teammates won't be able to save him. Okay, Alpha is still there on the outside together with Moana. And if you look at the northern side, VOIN Esports is closing in on the Alter Ego.
Yeah, it's just so interesting. Alter Ego, they kind of turned the other way around onto the outskirts instead. Maybe trying to stash some couple of stocks or try to perhaps catch some of all these stragglers over on the outskirts. Well, Alpha has been able to at least find a decent spot, elevated, getting a good glimpse, a chance at HORAA Esports at the very same time. Alpha gets a couple of attacks onto Krypton, and I guess this is what they wanted, just to enroll into more of those fights. Alpha goes down! Oh, this is tough. VOIN Esports getting the better end of the trades.
Oh. And Yummy now. In front of him is going to be Rosemary. Two big boys against each other. Molly to force Rosemary to relocate himself, but the Molly will not land at all as Yummy rushes in. Yummy now pretty low, but Yummy with the DBS will not fail.
Man, this maneuver coming in from Alter Ego so risky. It backfired. They shouldn't have actually turned towards the direction of Boom. I believe they heard those shots, which is why they actually charged into the direction. They kind of have this own already, but by doing so, they kind of rolled into a fight that they didn't prepare for in close range. So that is to their own doing in essence. Of course, to no fault where VOIN Esports, they're just as good in those CQC. Well, Bernat, long range challenge up against DPLUS Kia. Barely could actually spot who exactly that player is, as DPLUS Kia is going to be taking a turtle stance, defending themselves. And Bernat, he's already by the blue zone. He's got to move away with his buggy.
And Yanka from this high ground, trying to stop another team from coming in. Okay, that's really, really far, but this is a really big spot. Look at this. You can manage two different teams, two different angles at the same time. That includes Yangon Galacticos. And the other one is actually HORAA Esports.
Yeah, overall, they definitely are holding some of all these peak areas in the zone. A pan to the face by Master Spell. Never thought I'll see this in Miramar, but hey, here we're at. We already got the knife. We will bring out the pan too in the same specific match. We gotta mix those of everything.
And circle shifts. Looks like Talon is on the other side. Nice and safe in the power grid area. And here comes Fabian into the circle. I guess the south side is okay. The north side, where HORAA is at, Kinotrope is just right beside them. So the challenge is for Kinotrope to come in. But HORAA Esports, they're out for blood, sending Sky to scout.
Yeah, and speaking of which, No Fear has been able to just spot the rest of Kinotrope. So as much as they want to go in for that full challenge, they are also very vulnerable from another different angle on the opposite end, which is why they really have to take a little bit of cover then to really fully commit up against those members of Kinotrope. We'll have to see if Finale can actually get a nice push. Sky already on, taking part of the grenades being tossed towards his direction, and just like that, Sky securing one with his FG tree, phenomenal footwork, as well as firepower coming in from this gentleman.
And Kinotrope still needing to find an entry point. Okay, they found a way down south, so they will want to fight with HORAA Esports. But HORAA Esports continue to put pressure onto them. With one player down, Jiggle got to be extra careful here. Sleepy will finish off Octa from VOIN Esports. Okay, they're managing Boom as well. Sleepy, long range, and Sleepy will get Yanka, who was at that top for the longest time.
Ooh, here we go. Great tags coming out of Alpha7 as we speak of their crazy rage, as well as great spots that they've been able to take across the field. They've been able to kind of draw in a little bit of hustle, sending one member out to also closing up against HORAA Esports as they try to retaliate, having Sleepy to try to put up a little bit of defensive control. Ramalus just moves the other way around, just allowing the rest of HORAA Esports to actually take the far edge, while Squash will be able to actually hold firm into these areas of play. Still 4-man strong for the rest of Alpha7. And you just see that as much as they're by the edge, they've got so many areas that they could actually play from.
Yeah. And here is HORAA Esports. Now by the edge of the circle. We're moving on to stage 6 soon. Very likely they won't get the next phase of the circle, so they're planning the next move. Okay, now they're on their vehicles. Where would they go? Rotate down south? It's not a bad option though. As long as they don't need to deal with the high ground that's already locked in, so they can avoid that unnecessary fight.
Yeah, the problem is this street in the middle, though. I mean, it's a lot of open space where you can barely find yourself cover. There are some increases just by the roadways, which is what Yummy's currently doing. Just trying to hide in plain sight, hoping nobody actually reveals his location. Talon won't be all too involved unless if this circle shifts directly in the center, which will very likely to be the case. And even so, Raboyaza is still going to be able to at least have a little bit of a decent compound to hold out. Talon Esports, this could be one of their best runs so far. A lot of times that they played today, they were eliminated first and foremost, having those altercations with Southern teams in a hot drop. And now Big Nate's sent over the side of Fabian, easily dodge. He's got some form of space for him to play with, while a bullet was sent coming in from another different direction, so they can't afford to really go in for the full flush up against DPLUS here.
And on the other side, here we have HORAA again on screen. As the last we checked, Kinodrop was in front of them. They meet the rotation to the south, and HORAA Esports to follow up. But Yummy now, 1v1 against a player of Alpha7, and Yummy gets that win. But Yummy is very low. Oh no! Squash move was there to follow up. Yummy with only 10% of health, stood no chance.
Perfect work coming from Alpha7 as well. Esports this time moves into the top 5 with 4 mission points. Not too shabby. Keeps themselves pretty much well maintained. Now this top 4 rather interesting. Yangon Galacticos have been able to really squeeze very far from the south side of Valdemar all the way into this top 4 for Esports over on North, needing to challenge Alpha7 for that position, while Talon have those advantages in the form of compounds, but eventually they might need to find certain spacing in between the 3 other teams. Squash now, it's a little bit of a dip, a very good defensive hold, but Sleepy can overpeak up the hillside and maybe just seek out his position.
Okay. And top 4, all 4 teams have 3 players, so it's very equal among them. No Fear trying to make it unequal against Talon, but failed to land it against Yoru. Yoru got away, and he'll be in the circle. HORAA Esports slowly moving in. And they see the compound with 1 player of Talon there. But they are by the edge of the circle now. Okay, still pressure by Talon onto HORAA. But generally everyone's in the circle. But Axel, he found an angle against Sky.
Wow, what a great tap out there as Talon Esports leveraging on their high ground terrain right now over on the rooftops of their compound. Getting that attack over on the Sky, and immediately Sleepy looks to retrieve this fallen brother. That leaves him vulnerable at the very same time. Oh, Yoru, he almost got in return, but No Fear is also putting up pressure coming over the sidelines, and that could be a problematic turnaround if Yoru is not careful enough. Lively spraying into the smoke, and this is where they retaliated, and tags sent right back at Yoru. And just like that, they managed to at least deplete the vehicle, getting that 1 knock, and No Fear has already closed right in, 1 HP left, and that Molotov might just be able to do the trick! And where can he actually go? Barely enough space for the side of Yoru, and he's still somehow surviving, landing a little bit of a shot, spraying through. Somehow, he's hanging on, and he's pushing upwards. This might just be it.
No Fear!
And with the front center, No Fear clutches in that moment.
Oh man, I was at the edge of my seat looking at that one. Yoru had the time to heal, but No Fear showed no fear at all to Yoru. But short-lived celebration as that long-range spin of No Fear, but still it was a good move there by No Fear. But now Romeo Boy on the high ground against Alpha7. Mernat gave him the assistance from the side, and Romeo Boy will not die.
Romeo Boy, so far, having a great cover over on those creases and finding that perfect exchange, having some help coming in from Smile at the very same time. So that tag team duo looking absolutely lethal. Now only 2 members left for Alpha7. I guess this is as close as it gets for my prediction. You know who I'm rooting for, but YG, I mean, I've casted these guys from PMCL, and they have been able to always close up games when it comes down to a top 4 scenario. So looking to do it once more. Squash hiding in the midst of the valley. Well, I've always spotted Romeo as well as Master Smile, but there's 1 member out of YG that we are not exactly getting a pure sight on, and that's Mernat, actually coming from the far south in those compounds where we last saw those players of Talon was playing at.
So with the numbers, Yangon Galacticos have a higher percentage to lock this one in. But it's Alpha7 that we're talking about. So anything can happen here. They try to gather as much information as possible. They know that they are at the deficit. And they're being pushed to a corner now by Yangon Galacticos. The Yangon Galacticos, they want to wrap things up. Look at this, they're pushing forward. They send a nade across onto Squash. And they head onto him, putting himself down to 50%. And Squash relocates his vehicle. Relocates himself because he doesn't want to stay there, anticipating a second nade might arrive.
True enough. Very smooth maneuver coming with Squash, but he's actually taking the far edge. Maybe this could be a surprise ambush over onto Master Smile. Now, keep in mind that the rest of YG is actually taking the majority of the zone with this brand new update. Alpha7 now back up against the blue zone. This is going to be a very difficult task, so they have to isolate this target. Starting off with Romeo Boy, they managed to spot him out, now fending him off. A little bit of damage being sold by Yanka, and Smile really needs to chime in. Murnat to be following suit, so this makes it a clean 2v2, and that flank from Smile might just be the difference maker as they are slowly losing space. Tags over the Squash, and now here comes the major decision coming from Alpha7.
Oh man, it's so difficult, right? Like you're pushed to the edge like this, and Murnat lands a nade. Squash is going to be the final player. 1v3 right now. Yangon Galacticos will want to wrap it up. Oh, Smile through the pan. He wanted to make a moment, but no, not the kind of moment is going to happen. Instead, the moment for Yangon Galacticos to claim the chicken dinner is going to happen.
The champions of the PMCL shows up in a strong statement here in Miramar, dominating the field, and it is just so clean on how they've been able to work on that split 2-2 formation, and they just understood the assignment so well, where they know that they've already secured a lot of that space on the south. To focus on Alpha7, there's just a couple of areas that were left unchecked, and they know that they could just slowly hold them out every step of the way. So that being said, it's 6 points in for Master Smile and Murnat to equate to a total of 12 elimination points.
It had to come from the former Genesis Esports boys, Smile and Murnat, to score 12 eliminations for the team. And with the chicken dinner, that's 22 points collected by Yangon Galacticos. They're already at page 1 last we checked. So scoring this chicken dinner just solidifies it. Surely we will see them in the grand finals. Not going to be a problem for the boys of Myanmar, who will be waving the flag at the PMWC later on. And with this kind of performance, hopefully we get to see them carry on the momentum onto the grand finals and onto the big stage in Riyadh.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward for Yangon Galacticos in the EWC. And, you know, throughout all the trials and tribulations that these Burmese players had, YG definitely gave a very strong fighting chance and hope back into their respective nation overall. And take a close look into some of these amazing stats. YG traveled pretty far. You could say the same about HORAA Esports, while Talon, they have traveled the furthest. When it comes down to resources, I think A7 as well as YG on that final duel, one had more smokes and another had more frag grenades to cook out. But in essence, once that tag was laid out over onto what went on, it becomes a deficit that was too hard for Alpha7 to overcome.
Yeah, and if we were to look at the stats, right, what interests me is that even though Yangon Galacticos, they scored big this time, 12 eliminations with 1,836 damage, but their heals are lower than Alpha7. So that means that, okay, they saw a lot of action, but they somehow managed to like stay away from like gunshots, but still able to bring in the eliminations. That's crazy. That's crazy stats here. But what else is crazy is the clutch man of Myanmar. The man himself, Smile, as our MVP this time. 6 eliminations brought to the team.
Love that when it comes down to Smile, he is always showing us some really straight face. Well, you know, he definitely smiles upon his enemies once they turn it into crates. And He's always been able to offer a high amount of damage alongside with Burnett. These ex-Genesis players once again showing a huge part of their DNA on what makes them some of the best players hailing from Myanmar. Now, what's interesting to also note is that I've expected more out of those members of Alpha7 to be part of this list of top performers, but instead it's out of HORAA Esports as well as APG. No Fear matching up with the numbers with Doc, with both securing 4 eliminations apiece.
Yeah, and with that, Yangon Galacticos 22 points, HORAA Esports 13 points, Alpha7 10 points. Okay, so that's the teams at the top. RRQ and E Arena 0 points, but yeah, they don't really need the points, so they'll be okay. They'll be okay, right? But there are some of the other teams that needs them. Genotron Gaming, definitely one of those teams that needs to bring in the points. They managed to bring in 4 points this round. On the other stats, before we look at the overalls, this is the most airdrops looted that we've seen so far. Not the most important of stats, but you know, just something to note that teams are starting to give more attention to the airdrops.
True enough, and in certain situations, it really supplements you on how some of all these outcomes could actually result to. And this is probably the longest shot that we've seen so far today. 377 distance coverage coming from Murnat to be able to really stash some of all these points back. So good work coming from Murnat. While look at the rest of the field as well. One of the higher ratios of troubles, especially this being Miramar, where most of these actions usually happens long range, is still rather impressive.
And the overalls. Okay, teams on page 1. Okay, they're cool. Yangon Galacticos move up 8 notches. 8 notches, ladies and gentlemen. And now they're at number 5, 124 points collected by them. So that's very, very safe. I wouldn't be too worried about teams on page 1. That includes HORAA Esports, who came out with a massive performance as well with 13 points collected, 117. Now on page number 2, okay, RRQ, Vampire, Sem9, not moving at all. They're now at 92, 94, and 100 points respectively. So that's the kind of like almost a benchmark that we want to see. What will it be on page number 3?
And look at the cutoff point as well. I guess that we can argue that it could be an average of 120 points when our final day concludes tomorrow. So definitely more work to be done here. So speaking of the cutoff point right now, it's a tie between Boom as well as Talon. What? 85 points. And the difference is on those placement points, right? I mean, eliminations wise, Talon definitely has some decent numbers to be yielded out. So how this is really cutting it to a close. I mean, maybe the difference of chicken dinners also is in consideration. So the stakes are high. I mean, those chicken dinners really do matter when it comes down to tiebreakers. So we'll have to see. 2 more matches to go, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
We're moving into match 29, and oh boy, it's been one hell of a week so far. And all these teams are vying for that spot for the top 18 to play in the grand finals happening throughout the course of this weekend. So make sure you guys don't miss a bit. Hit that sub button right now, and don't forget to drop that like into the video to support Ruthless Esports. So that's it. We are looking at the chicken dinners once again claimed by majority of all these SEA teams, and now we will see if Group Yellow has any form of answers.
Oh man. So Group Red, finally they scored a chicken dinner here today, represented by Yangon Galacticos. And what I noticed as well is that it's great to see like all chicken dinners today is scored by a different region. So that just shows diversity and how balanced the lobby is. But for Group Yellow to come in, so Claw, they definitely need a lot of points. We're clear with that. BTR, they're slowly rising up though. So these could be the rising stars here. So keep an eye on BTR for this round. A1 could use points as well. So there are a handful of teams here that will be playing the next round that will need points.
Definitely, it's a really difficult pick for me. I mean, look at all these choices. Ideally, if I get to vote, I'll pick Vikings, but unfortunately, they're not playing today. But hopefully tomorrow they'll be back. Now, you'd say that BTR Vitality is looking good. Immediately, expert says they're going for it. Are you gonna do the same?
Well, I did kind of give a hint, right? I was actually kind of thinking of it because they are like the rising team. Why don't you go first? Let me have a think about that.
I'm thinking it could very well be... It's been a while for Vampires. I'm thinking it could be a good chance if they want to be, up for a challenge to score one before, closing out the entire playoff. So, of course, no harm, no foul. We'll see what VP can bring.
Okay. I think I had a sign, right? During the break, the promo for Alice in Borderland passed by me. So I think that's a sign. Okay, although that's Japanese, but I'll take the closest region to that to the country. So let's bring on NS Red Force.
Okay, I like that you brought out that, but I thought you were going to go for Kinotra, but then again, they're not in this group specifically because Alice in Borderland is sort of there, but it's still within the region, like you said. So I think Nongshim Red Force, they definitely have shown certain good strides. It's just that they haven't really found that pure rhythm to really nail down a top 3 finisher in their favor in general. But in Erangel, they generally look very good.
Yeah, they did score 2 chicken dinners yesterday, so they could be feeling the vibes here, and they want to at least be at number 2 because they held that second place spot for quite a while. But let's see if they'll be able to do it in Erangel.
This is our penultimate match heading into day 5 here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11. This time, a little bit of change of an opening scene where we're looking at the corners of Novorotnoye, and it will just fly past the edges of Severny. So I think this flight path is fair enough for a majority of all these players to get to where they need to be, but how many teams are we looking at that's docking into the islands? It's only Claw Slayers for the moment. I'm pretty sure that BTR is looking for either the Milta sector or even the farm area to play things out. Sam9 is going to go for a little bit of stretch. I wonder if they're also aiming at either getting those vehicles or even trying to test for some lonely spots, but it definitely might just be interesting takes where we may see those early challenges just because they want those first dips on those wheels.
Yeah, that is a possibility. But on screen, we don't see it yet. Including the one player of BTR, they drop in military base island. That's Kent. Oh, no, that's Kyorin, whoever he is. And he stole one vehicle away from outside of Yasnaya. So Claw, they lost one vehicle technically. But Circle, no losses for any players. I would say that it's a kind circle. But Alter Ego, okay, early fight with another team.
Is Alpha7 right now going for the challenge, and Rosemary actually lands blow for blow. Neither time, Rosemary actually gets the second attack at the very same time. While it is going to be a little bit awkward at this moment, Alpha7 and now just between those walls, unable to bridge towards Kryptonius. He does have a decent weaponry with Rosemary on the other edge. Now, those two knockdown members of Alter Ego is not going to be safe, so we got to see which one is going to be the better A team to walk out alive.
Oh, yeah, the better A team. And so far, Alpha7 doing okay. They finish off Moana. Rosemary and Krypton now, the fighting two players of Alter Ego. Need to come up with a clutch against the three players of the Brazilian Samba boys. And Rosemary tries, he got one, but the follow-up came right after. And Alter Ego became the first team to be eliminated. But A1, they want a piece of this party.
Oh boy, they barely even get to reset. A1 Esports really hitting the mark where the person goes, rallying the strike. Same goes to Sinister. And now they spot out one final piece of the puzzle. A1 Esports says, I'm the better A team.
Oh, yeah, that's why they are A1. Yeah, they're both A and also number 1. And they need the points as well. So with 3 points collected, this is a good sign for A1 Esports as they slowly hike up. From the overalls, we can see Boom Esports, they are the team at number 18, 85 points. And now with A1 scoring these 3 points, they're only 1 point behind Boom.
Yeah, and this is what they just needed to do. Find some of all these weakened side of fights and just absolutely full send it, right? If you can do it one more time, they can surpass Boom, because Boom so far, the best run was also back in the Erangel, where they've been able to really get a lot done back into the corners of Rozak. But other than that, the rest of the maps has been rather a little bit of a disaster, where I guess arguably that last round, Boom Esports still managed to go for decent exchanges up against the likes of Alter Ego, last I recall. But so far, Boom Esports now under pressure. This tight race, even for BTR, you know, they're just 1 point behind A1 when we started. Now, they also need to play catch up.
Yeah, it's like crazy tight down there, right?
Mm-hmm.
It'll be even more interesting if Claw can get a chicken dinner this round, and then it becomes like what? 6-way fights? Yeah, 6-way fight for at least number 18. That will be crazy. Because after this round, we only have 1 more game today, and then tomorrow will be the last day of the playoffs. Average, every team would play 4 games in a day. Mm-hmm. So only 4 games tomorrow then to determine who will be in the top 18. And until now, we're not clear because the points are that close.
True enough, which is why we have not changed the point system for so many years, you know, like, because it's so efficient. You know, back in the days where Chicken Dinner awards you with 25 points and then the second place was like, what, 15? That's inflated numbers, right? Now it's pretty much tied up. Almost anyone's game to actually take when you just outgun your opponents, then that's all you really have to do. It's a fair shot for everybody. Now, you talked a little bit about Claw Slayers. I think they need at least 2 chicken dinners if they can find 1 or 2 today. Tomorrow's work will be easier, but right now the gap is quite significant. Okay, at least we get to see at the teams that are playing right now. Alter Ego at 74. That's a big margin. Claw Slayers, dead bottom, 40 points. You need 2-3 big games to get you on track.
But the good news for Claw Slayers is that they're not only playing this game, but they will also be playing the next game. So, yeah, so they have that chance to do whatever that you mentioned. Okay, that was a big flip there. Okay, when does it stop? Okay, does it stop yet?
Nope.
1 more? 1
nope.
more?
Well, Smile's always got the lucky charm with him. It doesn't he? Like, it could be awkward where You are overturned after how many flips, a lot of time being burned out. But thankfully, they are in a safe spot. Can you imagine this to be stage 3? And then like it's a Gakka region, then oh, he's absolutely doomed, right? And I think certain times, even in competitions, we see vehicles flip at really bad moments. Well, you know, we've talked so much about Nobu. I think like back in the days, not many people bat an eye on all these Korean teams because, you know, oh, they're new to the PUBG Mobile esports world, but there's a reason why they say South Korea is the mecca of esports. And fun fact to those who don't tune into PUBG PC, South Korea has always been up there at number 1 or number 2 for many, many years. And what these big organizations do, they employ coaches from the very best of PC into mobile. And that formula works just fine into mobile.
And it just took them like what? 3? Well, since their debut in the world stage that I could remember, they took like what, 3 or at most 4 years, and they became world champions. Or champion to our observer as well. This is a unique sight. I never knew that the horse could like just move on its own. Does that not put him in a, like, you know, not in the same position where he was left?
I guess likely so. It's still gonna move around those facilities. Imagine if he just goes for a Erangel tour around the map. That would be fun. But that's a rare breed of horse, which I kind of wish we get IRL version of it.
Even if we do, then I don't know how we're gonna ride it. Well, not like I know how to ride a horse. But players do know how to ride the circle. It's a kind circle. Okay, after like having like insane circles, if you think about it, like especially the last Erangel that we saw in North George, I guess this round is more like a breather type of circle for the teams.
True enough, and look at plenty of all that space. I think that every team gets a fair shot because you get to play around those regions of Ruins, Gakka, and so to speak. Yangon Galacticos have been here for a very long time, and now the challenges will be VOIN Donkey rushing up against them. Murnat immediately dropping the nade, taking a quarter of health coming from Murnat. He's going to try for another blow, and if they do land a lucky strike, Yangon Galacticos can easily win that. And with the monster truck, it seems like they will have that perfect shot coming out of Zeta to annihilate one out of YG.
Okay, Say Cloud. Technically still in, but no longer. Zeta's need will take him out. Yangon Galacticos 3 players. They're still fighting for this hill, but Murnat responds with a knock onto Zeta. Now he's prepping up into the nade. Okay, he's also rushing at the same time. Murnat has the DBS, trying to close the gap between himself and Potato. But Murnat takes damage, and now he has to fall back to heal.
Yeah, both sides needing to actually go in for a little bit of slight reset. Murnat also healing up instead. As much as VOIN Donkey is playing on the lower end, they're doing a really massive job defending it very well, but Roman Boy is closing the distance, securing the knockdowns, and YG turn the tides around. Now only down to Gachora. What more can he do? There's barely enough space for him to really get it into that party. He's running to the back, and Roman Boy's looking to secure, but he gets knocked down.
Wow.
Oh, a close call. Smile secures it, but over the back, here comes charging Vampire Esports.
Oh man, just as they wanted to celebrate, now they have to deal with the vampires. Romeo Boy is still down. A nade almost landed onto them. A bit of an overshot. But Vintorez is edging closer and closer. Newsy is doing the same as well on the other side. On this from behind. Smile, he does not have time to save Romeo Boy. He has to clutch this one against Vampire Esports, but Smile was not able to do so. Vampire Esports, third party in.
Crazy altercations by the peak of the hillside. And that's why we absolutely love some of all these Gatka kind of endings. And you can see even more happening over on the side of HORAA Esports, hoping to pull up a massive defense as they have all these players of DPLUS gear running all around. The nades are flown right over towards the window. Deathstorm finds one in return. And instead, it's going to be known for getting tagged out. So this is a three-way battle between these teams right now.
At the rooftop right now, it's going to be Chips going down, but the moment Chips stepped down, looks like Sky got him. But name from the outside, took out Sky, he came from Osal, but from afar, from the inside of the building, Jiggle spotted out, Fabian finished him off. And that is the end of HORAA Esports. Taken out by DPLUS Kia.
Yeah, it's just a really tough sandwich situation where they're pretty much boxed in. They couldn't really run over on the outskirts, especially with some involvement coming in from another different party. DPLUS Kia holds up that solid defense, taking 3 players out. And it'll get DPLUS Kia getting some airtime. Now that's a little bit of a show off of how well he actually drives as they look to take down the rest of PUBG Esports instead getting knocked down. Oh, this is tough for Oso.
Too many for him to handle. The rest of DPLUS Kia, they have to build this one. And Boom Esports, they're on the chase. Octa really wants to hunt them down. But as DPLUS Kia tries to get away, they will bump into another team. In front of them is going to be NS Red Force. And Yummy will finish off Osal. As for DPLUS Kia, okay, they have arrived. Okay, here we go. From the pan to the fire. Now it's going to be DPLUS Kia and Nongshim Red Force.
It's going to be the battle of civil rivalry right now between the Korean side. Doxy is finding some outer angles, but that is quickly navigated by the rest of the members of DPLUS Kia. As soon as he jumps right and he gets tagged out instantaneously, Nongshim Red Force will be down for the count.
DPLUS Kia just showing that they are still the better Korean team against NS Red Force. When NS Red Force, they were on the defensive side, like they had the building, DPLUS Kia had to infiltrate, but they failed to defend it. But it just shows the power of DPLUS Kia. And if we look at the overalls right now, right, all the teams, or at least 4 teams below DPLUS Kia, all of them have been eliminated, so they will naturally create a bigger gap at the top.
It's actually crazy on how rowdy these teams are actually getting. Mind you, this is just stage 3, and we're already down to 9 teams. This tells you that the board gets tougher and tougher. Vampire Esports tries to make their way across. DPLUS Kia still not holding back these guys. The moment that they get those restocks, they're just feeling so amped up because they won so many of all these trade-outs, despite this compound only houses 2 members of DPLUS Kia that's still alive.
Yeah, they're playing as if they are like a full squad, right? That is insane by DPLUS Kia. And because of their dominance, it looks like no teams want to take over the compound. And the compound happened to be right smack in the middle of the circle. But as the circle moves, surely they will still get it. So that's going to be a safe haven for them. Now the next clash point. I'll be looking at the North Boom and FaZe Clan.
It is pretty interesting as to how there's a lot of flat grounds in this updated area, and all around the outskirts there is a scramble for space between FaZe Clan as well as Boom Esports. Boom hoping to get those points. Vampire Esports also by the very dangerous zone of 16 spot right now needs to win out the trades, and one of these SEA teams will have to drop. Dropping it seems like Canaries will close up the gap as they try to find some of all these SOK shots. Will be hitting the mark against Mastery. That's the captain down. Still more to go as we are looking to see where they can be able to find one. Pop is the only one that will be fending off by himself by the compounds, while Red Bull trying to seek out Yummy. A long tussle between the two of them. And FaZe Clan, they got those numbers. And here comes Team Secret from the outskirts.
Okay, Team Secret, they probably want to be a third party. Let's see if they do choose to crash in. But Boom Esports, they crashed out to the hands of FaZe Clan. Last we checked, Team Secret was around the corner. Team Secret spraying from the outside. I'm not sure if they want to really take this fight though. They will lock themselves in the blue.
Well, they managed to get the knock though, so he kind of makes it pretty much easier for them to secure something done in return. So now on the weakened side, FaZe Clan needing to go for that grand reset. Team Secret needs to pull off a clean performance on the outskirts.
Okay. And Team Secret, I guess they want to go in and continue the fight. They really want the points, although they are in a position that they don't really need the points for themselves. So I guess it's going to be just a flex if they do finish off FaZe Clan. But frankly speaking, for FaZe Clan, with the amount of points that they have collected, they're not too worried about the overalls.
Well, right now, just waiting for the action to kind of continue on our screen. We're not too sure as to what's happening right now from our POV, but it sounds like the game is still running. Okay, we're back on track. So, Vampire Esports right now, face-to-face up against the rest of DPLUS here on the opposite end. Now, I'm not too sure if, you know, it affected the main broadcast in that sense, as we kind of missed out on what really went on between Secret as well as FaZe Clan. We will have to get a little bit of that update. Now, back towards the side of BTR. Looks like majority of all these teams we're looking at over the course of the outskirts of Gatka have at least a decent space in between. Onson's holding on to that Molotov, but it seems like it's going to be a member of Team Secret now running around those corners, and Clawslayer is having Bobo being knocked down, and here comes Frankie charging right through. And he does actually get all of them along with some help. Coming with a frag grenade. Perfect stuff coming from Team Secret.
Okay, but they're not over yet because right now Claw will try to stop them. Only one player left. It's going to be Annie, but is he okay right now? He ain't okay. As Team Secret became the smooth criminal. Finish them off.
Just love it when those MJ lyrics just fall perfectly into place. Now, Frankie is definitely looking more than okay as compared to Annie. Well, or if you merge them together, do you get Anne Frank?
And Frank?
Key.
And Frankie. Frank and Key.
Yeah, frankly speaking.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sounds about right.
Okay, I guess we move on from that notion into the top 5. Top 5 in stage 5, something that we've not seen for a long time. I feel like these guys are thinking, you know, the night's running pretty long, so let's wrap it up real quick. So they're taking it to the fields, and they're just eager for a lot of blood splat over the course of the field. Uzi, sharp shots connecting onto BTR.
Oh, long range by Fearon as well.
He stole it.
And BTR, only one player left. That was a quick quick work actually. So Semna actually stole away those points. Nuzi did a little bit of work, but at the end of the day, it is Semna that collected those points at the hands of Vampire.
Yeah, you can clearly see that Nuzi was staring into space. It's like, where did these bodies go? It's like, oh, okay, claimed. Unlucky. Clearly disappointed about that. But hey, you just gotta move on from that notion because the rest of 7-9 now identified to be not too far off, which is where Team Secret has been able to actually strike right back. So far, this is one of the best performances out of 7-9 for today, into the top 5. But only 2 eliminations thus far. I want to see what more can they actually bring. Vampire Esports, so far still having all 4 members holding firm. I could say the same about Team Secret as well as 7-9, DK as well as BTR. They just got themselves assigned into so many different altercations, or should I say BTR was desperately looking for that space that they saw the time in the check and thought, hey, maybe we can claim that. But instead, they got themselves plenty of attention coming in from both 7-9 and also Vampire Esports.
Yeah, now there's nothing much for BTR to claim. So they will stay as quiet as possible. The final player of BTR will stay as quiet as possible, hoping for more teams to be eliminated so he gets more placement points. But it's stage 5 with 5 teams, so there's a lot of space to play. That means that it might take a while before Curran can climb up another notch.
At the very least, with this top 5 to be secured by BTR, it kind of solidifies more of that positioning when it comes down to how they would actually play this one out for the grand finals in return. Now, taking a look at the mini-map as well, who actually gets the best favor is DPLUS Kia once again directly in the center. And over on to the far south, we're looking at 2 other teams to be inbound as well. This is going to look a little bit tough for, I believe, 7-9 or Vampire Esports, where they're kind of on that outskirts, and now this is why you're seeing a bunch of smokes being set up, because they need to journey out into the open grounds.
And Team Secret will fight against 7-9. Both of them in a similar situation based on the circle. Cooking up this nade. While the rest of Team Secret circling around, they're trying to gather information on where exactly the players of 7-9 are at. So this fight is inevitable right now. Unless somehow 7-9 choose to leave this one, but I don't think they will, because the current is high ground is still pretty decent for them to survive the stage.
Yeah, it's definitely a very dicey situation for the rest of the members of 7-9, especially with the pressure coming in from Team Secret. As much as Team Secret's on the low ground, 7-9 are being gated out from making that entry into the zone. So the onus is now on them. It's a dominating streak. Oh, wait a minute! Nobu nading out Nuzi! And somehow, he's actually getting a better exchange! 3 members out for Vampire Esports!
Okay. I really want to see a replay of that, but okay. Somehow, then they only play with 2 players. But okay. Anyway, right now, looks like we are down to the 4 teams. And here comes 7-9 rushing in. Okay, the final player of BTR. Make quick work by Mika. But now he has to save Trexie. Okay, here comes Spearin as well to just barricade them from potential gunshots from afar. Team Secret, now they have the space.
Yeah, but that actually took a toll on them, not losing out 2 players. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports finally shutting out DPLUS Kia and managed to recover all 3 of those knocked players. Or should I say 2 of them? I remember one of it is just falling rather low. So Team Secret, are they gonna get involved, or otherwise are they waiting for the right moment to strike? Mika, aka Yumiko, knowing that there is gonna be those members of Team Secret just right across, Chefs is gonna be able to spot out a member of Secret. So right at this moment, Secret is just hoping to find that gap, find that little spacing to tack onto the biggest threat, the Tigers of 7-9.
The Tigers of 7-9. Fearon just took down GK. Okay, now Team Secret GK is bleeding out. Okay, it's very, very low, and Fearon will lock that one in. And while all that was happening, Ventura is still able to take out able to check a airdrop. As for 7-9, they're not having the most closed up position, but they're taking the active approach. Look at this. Mika going back onto the high ground, not taking the fight head on against Team Secret.
Ooh, this is looking rather great for sprays, but not quite enough to take out Schweppes just yet. That grenade might be able to seal the deal, as he will be able to get that knock. The rest of Vampire Esports charging for Teehee. He's trying to hold the line, and he is looking for that clutch. That tag secures it for Team Secret.
Oh, and he came from Frankie. Now it's between 7-9 and Team Secret. Frankie is still alive. I wonder, is he able to save his teammates? But no. It's just too far. He has to do it alone right now. 1v2. And finally, 7-9 scores their first chicken dinner in the playoffs.
Better late than never is what they've always said. 7-9 have got that perfect opportunity. That big blowout out of Vampire Esports. They were so confident to take Hehe out of the equation, but instead, that clutch factor pulled out from Hehe and that final touch from Frankie was enough to shut out Vampire Esports, or else it could still be pretty much a 3-way warfare. But my 7-9, this was just that perfect moment for them to just seal the deal by the tail end, and Fearon is absolutely on fire in this round.
Whoa, 5 eliminations brought in by Fearon for 7-9, a total of 7, so 17 points. 7-9, at some point they were one of the teams that was struggling on page number 3, and now with this chicken dinner, surely they will book their ticket into the grand finals. Anything else after this is going to be a bonus for them, and for them to seek more starting points in the grand finals later on. even if you look at the knockouts, only Firen had all the knockouts.
Man, this guy is just hot carrying Sam9 at this moment. And to the point of the final touch at the very same time where it could just be any one of these members. Sam9 so far, having him to be the trusty addition from a couple seasons ago. And he has always been the ones really being the main backbone of the roster.
Oh yeah, there's a likeliness that he might be the MVP, but we'll check that one out later. But still, Team Secret, they are placed in front of all the other teams in the teams to watch list. That means they have gathered more elimination points and more total points as compared to Sam9. And then we also have Vampire Esports and DPLUS Kia with only 2 players. From the very early stages of this round, they pushed themselves into the middle of the circle, took over the compound for the hands of NS Red Force, and they are part of the teams to watch as well.
Yeah, it's so interesting where we're making comparison between 2 members of Team Secret. No idea who he is, but he is really matching up the tempo of Jiki. Almost equal on damage, but he'll definitely have just 1 extra elimination under his name. Well, contribution-wise, I think that it's pretty much a fair shot for a majority of them. And like you said, Firen definitely has been the MVP for Sam9.
Oh yeah, 5 eliminations, 915 damage. I mean, what else can we say, right? Like, he hard carried the team, like what you mentioned earlier on. All the numbers was on him. Well, 2 eliminations was to another player, but he brought in most of them. And he brought in the 5 knocks together as well. So he did a lot of work for Sam9 in this round. And because of that, he's also the top performing player amongst all these other teams in terms of eliminations, separated by 3 players of Team Secret, Hihi, GK, and Zeus? I don't know, man.
It very well could be Xerus.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
now
man.
it makes sense, right? So, yeah, you just got to change it to something a lot more confusing for us to read. But in essence, this is the Team Secret that we all know and love, and now they are bouncing all the way to the top, even surpassing Sam9 because they got the most chicken dinners today, a total of 14 eliminations in the span of a round.
And surprise, surprise, NS Red Force is the only team that did not score any points. But objectively, for NS Red Force, they would have done enough to be the grand final, so that's still okay for them. BTR, they need the points, so they scored 6 this round. Claw Slayers, they did a decent job. But for Claw Slayers, they need a lot more points overall. Match stats, I remember one of the airdrops looted by Vintora, so that's on my mind. Onzen's longest elimination distance, 283. Not the most important stats, but you know, it's always nice to have your picture on screen.
It's always great. I mean, honestly, so far, just showing that he's working pretty hard to look far and wide for opportunities, and sometimes it's all the way by the edge of the map. Now, DPLUS Kia, once again, showing how well they've been able to just perform, and they will remain unshaken at the top. But because of this massive result, Team Secret now takes that number 3 position. Nongshim, they didn't score this round. They were knocked out by DPLUS Kia, and therefore they're sliding down the list. Well, A7 as well as YG was not partaking in this matchup. Sam9 with that chicken dinner. Now they are moving to the top 8.
Wow. Okay. Another story of like a team from page 3 jumps up to page 1 now. Ooh, lots of shuffling is going to happen, I believe. And we're also seeing a lot of shuffles happen on page number 2. Every single team either move up or move down, but majority of them move down. But we also have to be fair, some of these teams did not play in this round. But we're going to even up the number of matches after this. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, on who will still be here. Now, RRQ still at a double digit, 94 points. So that's at number 16. But we have 2 more slots on page number 3. APG and Boom still holding on. But BTR now knocking on the door.
Wow, BTR, they only got the slight edge over on the course of this field because they managed to still get like 6 more points in the belt. Boom Esports get that 2 trade, just about settles it with that 1 point differential. it seems like for qualifications, a lot of these teams from Indonesia is gonna have to fight for that top 18 spot.
Absolutely right. A lot of Indonesian teams on page number 3, so it will be a brawl between them to get that ticket into grand finals later on. But before we head on to our final game, as usual, we're going to take a breather, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see you guys after this one. Well, looks like we're getting all different flags up on our chicken dinner chart here so far today, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11. One more game to go today before we wrap today up, and then we will head on to the last playoff day to seal the deal on the top 18.
That's right, and now it matters even more as we're inching closer and closer to the end of our playoff stage and into the grand finals when it comes down to this weekend's hurdle. So that to be said, match 30, high stakes for so many names out there. As we saw, BTR, they're just by the edge of the zone. And there's also the list of names like Boom Esports and a lot of all these notable Indonesian teams like even Talon Esports. And to me, it was definitely a major surprise to actually see DPLUS at the very bottom, while GLU and RQ so far doing very well for the past couple of days.
Yeah, so GLU and RQ did well. In fact, RQ scored a chicken dinner today. I mean, we have to process all that information, right? Because we have to do the due diligence. But Claw has been showing up a bit as well. Like they're showing some light too. It feels like they kind of woke up and they see that, hey, you know what? We need a lot of points to be in top 18, and they're starting to bring in more points than we are used to see them. So I don't know, man. Last prediction today. Hard.
Very, very tough. I mean, out of the list of names between green as well as yellow, I'm thinking it could either will very well be. I have two names on my head, but I'm just gonna go with my gut feeling where my eyes were locked into pink and white. So I'm going with Arena.
Who would have been the other name for you?
I was thinking BTR, but today's performance isn't all too convincing for me on either maps, so it's also red and white. That's why I've been thinking about which team to go for. I think Arena, at least, they're more consistent.
Okay, so just for kicks, right? I'll take BTR. Let's go. if BTR scores the chicken dinner, it'll be fun.
I guess like
BTR.
You're really digging deep into the list that you really don't know. It's like, okay, since it's mentioned, so BTR for fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Expert, today we have not scored. I feel like none of us got it right, but majority of it, very different results. So, Mr. Expert, we're waiting on you. So, I don't know. Oh, 4 tribes. Actually, solid choice. Now,
is.
If we look at 4 tribes, I think like Miramar rounds, they are the scariest bunch. Especially when I tell you, if the circle goes north central or northeast, that's where they have the perfect games. Like, I've never seen a game where 4 tribes are below top 4 when that happens, because they always drop somewhere near towards the Hacienda de Patron, somewhere towards the north side, and they just understood that area so well.
Okay, then let the circle go south and see what happens then.
Well, we could get to this side, but I definitely we've seen a lot of it ending around Chumacera or even around the areas of Oposo. Go further south, go into that unnamed territory where, you know, if you guys have seen around the areas of resort, I'm thinking that region will be super fun to see.
Yeah, south of Lost Learners, that unnamed territory that normally a lot of teams like to be at, right? Yeah, that one. Yeah. Is it me, or am I seeing a picture of you instead of you? Okay. There you go.
Yeah, it seems like
okay.
I guess I'm in 3GP mode right now.
That brings a lot of
pixelated.
memories.
But wow, I don't know what kind of memories you got, but I hope that is at least clearer than whatever that's being shown on my display. But overall, I mean, now I guess there's a big sigh of relief for a lot of these teams because, one, without the presence of Group Red, they can freely claim chicken dinners without some of all these monsters. Well, as much as I say monsters, I think all these chicken come from Group Red again.
So this is where I worry that, okay, I does your audio go through or not? But anyway, hopefully you'll be back soon. Okay, I don't want to be left alone, considering that it's the last game. It's the last game, okay? So I think your PC is even telling you that, you know what, it's way past dinner time.
The other day was my voice that gives out on me. This time, maybe my internet, might not even be me, right? Like overall, I think I'm managing just fine. I believe that they can hear me a-okay, but we're waiting for the final lobby to start. Perhaps a couple of these players are here trying to order what exactly is for supper true if they're from SEA. The Grab app in particular, I think like a lot of these pro players kind of rely a lot on it.
You would know.
Then again, I mean, usually that's my only option after a long days of cast, because like sure in Malaysia it's like what, usually 11 p.m. when we're done, so very likely I'm gonna look for something to eat after this.
What's on the menu today?
I have no clue. I mean, what do you usually eat for supper?
I mean, either I head to a fast food or, a mama. That's normally like the options. Oh, but there's a new what do you call it? Mee tarik.
Mee tarik?
Yeah, mee tarik near my place that opens 24 hours. It's translated as pulled noodle for all the international audience.
Ooh, I absolutely love that, and hope you guys aren't too hungry with our food conversation. But I know that the players are hungry for this final chicken dinner, so let's wrap it all up for Day 5, Match 30.
Here we go. Final game for today. All right. Flight path looks like we're going to start from the south up to the side of El Pozo. Okay, we're going to see some early drops. Some teams, they switch their drop spot depending on the flight path and where it begins, because they would prefer like, okay, we want to drop early, we want to loot as quickly as possible. It's all about the timing. Then we'll think about the circle later. I see this trend here with Xavier if it's in the Miramar match. If it's in Erangel, whatever it is, they will still go to Pochinki.
Yeah, and most likely than not, Picado is definitely a very good spot to always start things up. And for most part, back in the past, we always see teams like Vampire Esports loving to drop into those sectors, and seemingly enough, it doesn't seem to be the case for this instance. But we're already seeing E-Arena going for a battle. I believe this is to be up against D-Savior, and looks like my vote will be written off very early because D-Savior is getting the better ends of the trade.
Oh, okay. And Xavier will finish off the other player. I guess there's only 2 left now for E-Arena. Okay, I'm still rooting for you, Contra. I'm still rooting for you, okay? As long as they're still in the game, anything can happen.
True enough, down to Joker as well as Mormon to alter the course of their destiny. Well, I say it as if it actually impacts it a little too much in the standings. E-Arena, relatively safe compared to the rest of the field. Same goes to the Xavier, where this is just a show of strength between these two teams. Meanwhile, looking at the current standpoint, it is going to be Baobei going for the rush, as they are currently boxing the rest of these members of E-Arena. He knows that he's by the edge of the wall, but somehow he leaps downwards and he tries to get a glimpse, but instead he falls all the way under. Oh boy, Baobei trying to at least pull up a little bit of parkour. It's just so technical between these 2v2.
Oh, but on the mini screen, we have Claw and HORAA Esports in the fight as well. So multiple fights happening at the same time. DX4, okay, he heard Joker. Rushes to the stairs. Trying to bait it up perhaps. But nobody's really showing hand yet. It's DX4. Okay, he waited this nade. Maybe it's time for him to give it a go. Okay, he saw that. Okay, he's trying to land a shot past the window, but not able to do so yet. Well, Baobei will come from the other side, and Joker will be down on his knees.
Ooh. Very, very nifty work coming from Baobei. Just needing to secure it up against Mormon. Mormon is not backing down from this fight. He's just actually taking up the challenge and says, come at me if you dare. I'm over onto the upper floors. And now there's a potential threat when they are all funneled by the stairwell. So we have to see what do they do. And whoa! Mormon! Blink and you miss it, but Baobei is even quicker than that. They managed to go in for a decent trade. Arena walks away with 2. But that's all they wrote.
You know what? This is the time that I really want BTR to score the chicken dinner.
Why is that?
Because you wanted to pick BTR, like you were contemplating between BTR and E-Arena.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So I was like, and I took BTR. So now I really want BTR to score it just because.
Well, I think that they definitely have a decent opportunity, especially knowing for the fact that these players so far back in the PMSL have definitely had decent top 4 ratios in Miramar. So I'm just seeing whether or not can they kind of uphold their usual run. But like you said, they're probably testing out a lot of all these different stuff in the works. No idea who exactly are on the field other than maybe a few notable names that is part of the roster. So we'll have to see. Semline off with a very strong win from last round. Sees them moving up to the top 8. And when we take a very close look into that number 4, or should I say number 8 spot, all the way down to 12, is actually kind of close. Basically, if they secure a chicken dinner, they can also bounce all the way up to match up to Sem9.
Yeah, and it's close enough with the remaining games for up to FaZe Clan to bounce to number 2. I mean, realistically speaking, right? Or mathematically speaking, you have like this game and tomorrow 4 games. You have a total of 5 games. It's mathematically still doable for that kind of huge leap.
And speaking of which, you know, we probably would see a lot more shift. And you know who's the biggest loser when it comes down to the circumstances of what went on today? Vikings might have actually thought that they were safe, but with them not playing, now they are sliding down the list, and I'm kind of concerned that they might be affected to even drop all the way down. And speaking of which, FaZe Clan now being charged right through by the members of Sem9. It's going to be a firm hole, and Firen, trusty partner of Yuhai, secures it for the team.
Yeah, trusty Firen, Mr. MVP for Sem9 in the previous round. You'll make sure that will happen. But okay, he needs to be ready because now the other players of FaZe Clan is coming, and they're just on the outside of this building. Now they're locked in with each other. While being monitored by another team across. So technically there's like 3 teams here, and a third party could happen if Claw choose to commit after Sem9 fights with FaZe Clan. But now we have Zol on screen. The moment we read with Falak gunning down with the shotgun. Now only Doc left. Oh, Doc has the highest peak. It's cooking up that nade. Falak's moving around, so he will evade that nade at least.
Yeah, great dance off so far, and he's looking to also build out the situation. Despite getting a couple of all these members being knocked out on the field, he's just going to prioritize his own safety. Whereas BTR looking for that mass rotation, and look at how many teams are inside of Picado. A scene that we have not seen for a while now. And loving the site where we have a little bit of an urban warfare happening so early as stage 1. Now, up to FaZe Clan to finish up this altercation. They get a couple of all these damage done, but Red Bull put his body pretty much out wide in the open. Canary is the final member left. Or should I say there's still Yui, but damage being done. Canary feeling feisty. He might just actually trip, but he goes down. Oh, down to a 1v1. 7-9 can still go for a save. Claw Slayer is also closing in, and this is dire for 7-9.
Oh, but this volley might burn a few players of 7-9 down. And Ripface sends an underneath across. A little bit overcooked, but that's fine. They will rush in. They found Fearon eliminated. And 7-9, this is the third party that we kind of anticipated that Claw Slayers would do, and they get Mika. One more to go. Oh, inside the room. They missed the room, but the follow-up will not miss. 7-9, short-lived celebration for them. Claw Slayers, who desperately needs the points, claim all 4 of them.
Wow, it's just so explosive. And the going gets even tougher from here on. Just like that in the blink of an eye. There's already 3 squads already out of the list. These Sabres so far showing up solid. Despite 2 members already down and out, Baobei as well as DX4 is doing so much work as of this moment. Now, taking a close look into the rest of the party as well. GLU Squad now on that rotation. And where exactly will they end up? I believe this area is going to be having a few over on the valleys that's overlooking. But GLU Squad's going to be remaining pretty safe, despite already losing 1 member very early on as they drive right into the city of Los Leones.
And looks like passing by Los Leones is pretty chill. So that's okay for them. Tina drop. We've seen a bit of them today, but now that we have them on screen again, I kind of reflect that they are also one of those teams that needs a lot of points, but they're also not very far. So if we benchmark them against, BTR, yeah, they're like only 12 points away. So they are also actually in a strong running to slide into top 18.
Yeah, all they really have to do right now is to find a certain cohesion where they can consistently secure a top 4 finish, so to speak. And that should be just about good enough for them to kind of secure themselves a little bit more of a better standings, and maybe with about 5 to 6 points per round till towards the tail end of the playoffs. Then they can actually qualify in that sense.
Yeah, and GLU Squad, well, not too worried about them. 119 points, including the 1 elimination that they scored, so they'll be fine. So it's more like a skirmish or practice match for them. RRQ, also pretty okay. They're number 16. Can we say that they're really okay? I mean, at this point, right, because there's so many contenders for the top 18, it feels like even RRQ, although they had a chicken dinner today, they are no longer that okay.
I would say so myself. I mean, they're just not the most consistent, but their breakout rounds are some of the very best that we've seen so far, where certain rounds when they come up huge, it's always about more than 16 points when they do secure themselves a chicken dinner. So we'll have to see about tomorrow if RQ will have any big rounds going forward. But at this moment, yeah, I definitely do agree with your sentiment that they aren't exactly in the safest spot. Well, taking a look at A1 though. A1, 82 points, 21 in their current position. I think that they have a strong fighting chance, but even so, I don't really see them really making those big conversions. The last we saw was Deathstorm with that 4K here in Miramar, but they kind of put themselves at a very risky position.
What's going through my mind is actually there is a team that's not playing.
MVKE?
Yeah, MVKE. Yeah, they're still not playing this round. But have they got enough points? I believe they're kind of okay, right? Yeah, they should be still in the top 18. Hopefully, I think they're also in that position that okay, they could use a few more points. You know, maybe it's kind of tight. Need to review back the overalls, and for that to be okay for them. Hopefully, we get to see MVKE tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope so too. MVKE, if they don't play tomorrow again, then I think that their chances might be pretty much over if that's going to be the case. So we'll have to see. We'll always be looking forward, while the rest of these other teams, they will be happy if, let's say, if these guys allow them the chance to qualify with one less team to worry about. Whereas a little bit of back and forth between GLU Squad as well as A1 Esports at this moment, but we kind of know for the fact that if you're trying to battle from one terrain to the other inside of this area, it's always going to be rather difficult, where they could just easily recover even if you go for a knock, and there's still plenty of resources to get by.
And it is really quiet right now. I guess because of like we have 11 teams in such a large map, and everyone has their own corner. Yeah, only Ju is in the blue, coming in a little bit later. But now the circle will shift. Okay, towards the left side again. Oh, okay. Those teams inside are Lost Learners, A1, GLU, and Xavier will all need to come out Lost Learners. So that will be interesting. They will need to leave their comfort zone now.
Yeah, and right now, it is a little bit difficult for some of all these teams who have not really found the best of position. Talon right now up running over onto the fields, and they're just entering by the very edge of the west. Thankfully, there's not too much of a commotion happening on that corner for the moment. I can't say that it's going to be for long. While Alpha7 has been able to spot out that member of Talon as they start to send them a little bit of signal warning. Talon, 20th position. Needing to find a little bit more. That was pretty interesting. I'm looking at 12. Well, I guess like BTR, well, they ended their run very early this time, so they won't be adding points. But Talon is actually not that far off. So are there actually more teams that are currently stuck between those positions? Because I think it might be a mistake to put BTR at 12. I believe they're lower than that.
Yeah, the 12 after a team is eliminated is the placement in this round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That got me confused for a moment.
Yeah. So, but also to explain to the audience out there as well, right? In case anyone gets confused, like if they're still playing, then the number reflects the overalls. But if they have been eliminated, then the number reflects the placement that they were eliminated this round.
Okay. So with that clarity, we'll have pretty much a lot of opportunities for these guys out there. FaZe Clan gets run over by Team Secret, and it seems like there was no resistance whatsoever. 2 free points for Secret, who have gotten some big jump, you know, considering that it's been, what, so many games, 30 matches played out, Team Secret really finding a rhythm. They just need a couple points to kind of overtake 4 tribes, so it shouldn't be too hard to do. And as a matter of fact, those 2 eliminations, you just have to add another one to tie the notches.
Yeah, that's how close the points are now. Okay. I mean, whatever it is, there's still tomorrow. Talon, number 20. They need to put in the work. But it's interesting though, if you gotta think about it, like a lot of teams close to 18 are in this game this round. Like you have RRQ 16, APG 17, and then you have like Talon A1, Kinderdrop, and Claw. So you can start to see that these teams are actually putting in the work, realizing that, you know what, guys, we're running out of games. Like, if we don't bring in the points now, then it might be too late.
True enough, and This is why this final matchup is very important for some of all these guys who have yet to find that qualification spot. Especially Talon. Take a look at that position. They are kind of spread out. They were expanding certain areas and they have received just about enough info. They are in the zone, so long as they hold on to that position, they should be faring better as compared to Kinotrope, who's currently holding the edges of Los Leones, and has yet to have that full entry up the north, but they should be able to at least find just about enough wiggle room. So, Talon Esports, this is a very solid chance. They just got to make it work.
Yeah, Talon has to do it, right? And they are one of the teams down there. All the way down south, unchallenged for now. Oh, spoke too soon. RRQ. I thought they moved away, but they're still around the area. They're waiting for Axel to show up. Okay, Axel playing a very safe scouting style. It's like, okay, I'm not going to commit onto the high ground with the potential of another team there. I'm just trying to see if I can get some audio cue. So maybe that's why he's just like, okay, he probably heard something, but he doesn't want to commit. He wants to try to sense like how many players are up there before the team decides on where to rotate later in the upcoming stage.
Overall, RQ going in for a hood, and they will not let loose that member of Talon when there's just absolutely no room for Axel to play around. He's been driving, kind of pulling some strings here and there, but they did not expect the entire RQ to full send it. And just like that, they kind of baited themselves into a worse scenario.
Oh, that was just too bad for Talon. They lost one. But for D Xavier, only 2 players here. And going up against an incoming team. Bao Bei with the DBS opens the door, trying to gather information on where exactly they are. Now they are in the inside of the building. But D Xavier on the outside. Oh, look how hurt that blue is. Stage 5 it is. Bao Bei sees tryout. Nice medium range shot with the DBS. Now Bao Bei. Oh no, he took too much damage. The blue isn't helping him. He won't have time to heal up. But before that, still able to come out with a clutch against A1.
It's insane. Bao Bei is just pulling off all these crazy moments despite how difficult that situation was. Impeccable performance, and so far, I think with the presence of Bao Bei today, DX have climbed so much of these positions. Those 8 elimination points will see them surpass GLU for sure at this point in time. The big question now remains is that, can Bao Bei pull it even further? Because they managed to reach the top 8. Good enough for that 1 point in placement, but you kind of want more.
Whew. At some point, I thought that, okay, Bao Bei is gone, but somehow he managed to find the player of A1 and eliminated him. But more teams might be fighting next, including Claw, now up north. And the blue will force them to come inside the circle. But look at the amount of teams up there. You got Xavier, Kinotrope, and there's Red Force and Claw. You have at least 4 teams in the same area, and all of them don't have the circle.
Wow. Because everyone was hugging by the edges, nobody gets the direct zone over in the center. But I can kind of understand why, because some of all these areas is kind of open terrains from their current position, where if they move, other teams will be shooting it towards the direction. And now, the call coming in from the side of Nongshim Red Force to push forward. They got no other choice but to try to propel ahead. Speaking of which, Doc tries to surf all the way up to the building. Papank is just waiting by the corner wall. He's ready to strike. Doc expecting him to be somewhere by these edges, and he's thinking that maybe, just maybe, he runs out in the open. But Papank, he's got other plans. So long as Ennis does not check, he could still be in for a surprise.
Oh.
East gets taken down. Doc so far, sharp eyes over the corner, and he gets quick work. And now it's just going to be a last stand coming from that member of Claw's Lair.
And you know what's next? Is crossing the road up north. So difficult for all these teams. But here comes the Xavier. Okay, could be a third party. Now they're coming in while Nongshim Red Force is licking their wounds. But Ennis Red Force will stop them. The Xavier. Oh, they had a bit of assist from Kinotrope. It is actually Kinotrope that wiped out the Xavier.
Wow, and that's a huge out there as they managed to stop the streak of that rampaging Bao Bei. Kinotrope could also zone out these members of the team, and that's Red Force. They're right now limping. There's barely enough room to breathe, so Kinotrope, this is their biggest round. 4 points, and they still have majority of them with them. Imagine if they secure the chicken dinner, how big this could get. We will probably see them make it into the grand finals.
Oh man, look at the zone. It hurts. DZ could probably make a run for it. Okay, but before that, he will want to loot his fallen comrades' box. But if he runs out, then Kinotrope will be waiting. So I don't know, man. I think he's just going to give himself to the blue. Okay, he still peeks out, knowing Kinotrope is there. DZ, no chance, man. No chance. No chance.
I'm not too sure if they could actually do much, and I guess Kinotrope thinks that, maybe the coast is clear, so they're just gonna leave that position. They thought it's over.
Wait,
they heard that one shot, couldn't. Instead, they're focusing on Talon.
And then DZ made it across. Look at the mini screen, he's alive.
What?
It's insane.
No way. TZ.
What?
He didn't have any first aid kit left and he somehow survived? This is heresy. I mean, Kinotrope, you gotta finish your job. And now he's gonna be a torn in flesh of Kinotrope.
What timing by DZ? That is crazy. That is crazy. But hopefully that doesn't come back to bite Kinotrope in the back. Like what you said, like, all of a sudden, like, Kinotrope's fighting and then DZ shows up, wipes out Kinotrope. That would be drama.
Yeah, and pro players usually they count records when you get the knock. That means the whole team is still around. Unless you immediately take off the player, then you can confirm that his teammates are nowhere to be seen. I mean, it's already eliminated. So I think that they were just thinking, they will surely be taking that out of the zone. And now Kinotrope's thinking, wait, we don't see his name on the feed, so he could still be out there running out in the wild. But now, too late to actually crowd for spill field because Talon Esports is going to be in the mix. RRQ actually sandwiching him in between, so it is going to be tough for Talon to walk out of this one alive. Okay,
just for kicks, I want to see DZ do something to Kinotrope later. It'll be hilarious. It'll be funny. Okay. But we'll let things go by now. If it happens, it happens. As things goes by, there's still a lot of teams on the outside of the circle. Now that the circle have shifted. DZ! This is what we talked about! This is what we talked about! Now he's biting them in the back, and he's still able to secure that elimination point before going out!
He does have the final lap against Finale. A dramatic end at the tail of his last stand. But of course, that's to Kinotrope's own doing in essence. And man, revenge is definitely sweeter served in the platter. He makes it in the top 4 as well. And at the very least, that is just looking a great result for non-great points. GLU Squad fighting for their lives right now. Kinotrope, best performance, top 3, looking for more. RRQ, 1 member knocked down. And I believe GLU Squad, they're just waiting for the right moment for them to be involved in this scuffle between GLU's KNS as well as RRQ.
Okay, they still got Gen Boss. Is it P1R? Okay, not too sure. Player. Okay, we'll just call him player then. Okay, now it's Kinotrope, man. GLU Squad. But Kinotrope, they're pushed to a corner. GLU Squad, they have them surrounded, and we're still at stage number 8.
Kinotrope got to play this one out smartly. I don't think they really fully understand the position of most of these members of GLU Squad. And speaking of which, Xbox got them pretty much pinched. Z-Sun on the ground. PLR needs to find an exchange. Tamara's position in between the valleys is so vulnerable. And now it's only Tamara left, and he's pretty much sitting stuck under the sun. And the GLU will gel together to secure the final chicken dinner of the night.
Okay, I'm not saying that it will happen, but in an alternate universe, if they dealt with DZ and they still have 4 players at the very end, maybe, just maybe, the result might be different.
It could very well be that one player could have actually altered a better exchange for them to go up against GLU Squad, but because they lost it to ZZ, because they left him unchecked, they thought he's gonna bow out in the blue, and GLU Squad, they stayed cautious. They allowed all these teams to be in the scramble, and the Rangers are back, securing themselves this win. And 3-2-1-0. I think it aligns pretty well to close it off.
You're right. 3-2-1-0. Man, I just can't get my head off the DZ thing, right? Like, it could have been a totally different ending. But you know what? To be fair to GLU Squad, like, towards the end, like, they cornered Kinotrope. Like, Kinotrope had nowhere to go. Like, even if they have 4 players, it would still be very, very hard because they have no space to move at all.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that statement because they took up that fight up against RQ, rightfully won it as well. And I guess that's the difficult thing, that you were trying to look for cover to defend yourself, and then now that you settle RQ, there is just one more squad left unchecked, and GLU Squad, they have been watching all these while from the south side, so that kind of movement from GLU Squad was just what was necessary just to close off the game. And you see, they don't really have to use too much troll pulls, they just rely back on their raw aim, and that settles it. And despite, some shenanigans against Kinotrope, this is their best performance. Top 2, and I believe potentially this might actually send them very close into the top 18.
Ooh, yeah, you're right. Kinotrope, one of those teams at the bottom. Well, for GLU and Esports, these areas, yeah, they're fine. We'll see them in the finals. But before we head on to more stats, we're gonna compare head-to-head between Doc and whoever DX4 is. Could be Lamborghini, could be I don't know who, but Doc has the slightly better stats, more eliminations, more damage. DX4, he's more of an assister, but Doc, 100% team contribution. So all 4 eliminations for the team in this round was by Doc.
Yeah, and Doc so far really showing up huge, but Balbe, this guy remains to be a mystery, but my assumption is that those movements are telling me this is very much like the DNA of Lamborghini on how he actually plays things out. Could it be the case? Are you convinced with my theory, Sir Cloud, that it could very well be him?
Yeah, I mean, based on performance, right? Just looking at how he plays and the things that he can put on the battleground, I'm convinced that it is Lambo. But I'm also convinced that, okay, obviously it's Doc here, and well, Doc compared with Doc C. What coincidence here. And then you have DX4, also another mysterious player. Like, there's so many questions here in this one top performer. I mean, not to question their performance, but just the fun stuff.
Yeah, I like the fact that for most part of the circuit, APG's Doc has always upstaged Doc C just by small, tiny margins when it comes down to these kind of close margins. But who's got the last laugh? It's actually Nongshim Red Force here. 12 points earned between some of all these guys from Alpha Gaming, who's only got 6. GLU Squad, this result further solidifies them that no matter what happens tomorrow, I don't think GLU Squad's gonna be threatened by it at all.
Yeah, I don't think so as well. I think they're pretty solid. But the one that's still solid, even though DPLUS yet today is kinda their off day, but Nobu is still the overall MVP. So he breached the 10,000 damage. To be exact, making it 11,000-ish, 58 eliminations. Because the gap is so big, right? Like, I don't see any other player overtaking him for now, at least. But we get a better view here with the other players in the road to MVP. And it's still 4 players of DPLUS just stacked up.
This is insane. I mean, considering the fact that they didn't win the chicken dinner today, they do just about enough. But yet again, honestly, they could have just walked the route where MVK did. Like, they could sleep for 2 nights and still be number 1. But no, they're still out here showing up, and that's what we admire about DPLUS Kia, which honestly, I'm becoming a loyal fan to what these guys are on about, because they show discipline. They have not really lost too much of their protocol, despite, this being somewhat of their holiday for the moment, but the result speaks for itself.
Oh, I've always been a fan of DPLUS Kia. # done claim.
Oh. Do you also buy the vehicle? One day.
One day, when I earn as much as them. But
why earn when you can get sponsored, right? So
wow.
I think like some of these guys, I'm not sure of their legality to drive, but hey, the way that they play, I feel like they deserve few cars, not just one, for their sponsors.
I mean, my extent of Korean is that I've been watching Squid Game, so I do know a little bit. I mean, if DPLUS wants to, have a conversation, you can slide into my DMs. Well, we started the day with DPLUS and NS Force, both from the same Korean region, at number 1 and number 2. And now we end the day with them number 1, number 2 again. So welcome back NS Force to their second place spot at the top.
Yeah, and it just shows you the dominance that they have over the rest of the field. And I don't even know, how is it mathematically possible for even Longship to chase up to DPLUS Kia, even if they win all 4 chicken dinners tomorrow? I don't think it's even possible. But, a lot of all these teams on the first 2 page, they are there because they've been able to consistently build up either high elimination points or at least secure chicken dinners. So far, so to speak, the first page, definitely you gotta get chicken dinners in return. MVKE is a team that doesn't have a chicken dinner, and it doesn't seem to be a problem for them. Same to face.
Oh yeah, they were absent the entire day. Now that we have a good overall look, and
that's what I was saying. They're taking a break, and DPLUS Kia is the one that should be taking a break. No.
yeah, it should be DPLUS Kia. So don't be surprised if tomorrow you don't see them. They could be out for Korean barbecue somewhere. But okay, this is the deal, right? Page number 3. Boom. 87, BTR 86. Oh, it's so tight. Kinotrop now 84. They are 5 points behind Talon. And then A1 is close to Alter Ego. Technically could still do it. Claw with 4 games. Technically, if they do big, they could still do it. So everyone is still eligible.
Well, I could slowly count Claw Slayers out because I expect other teams to also move up unless...
Oh, come on!
Unless you're telling me none of these guys perform and then Claw suddenly gets like 3 chicken dinners, then we're talking big game right there. So, that's it. We might see a very heartbreaking scenario for a lot of fans who's been supporting a lot of all these Indonesian teams, because maybe it's just one of them making it out alive, because APG right now is the main gatekeepers of who gets to qualify, and maybe one out of many of the Indo Titans, or maybe even Kinotrope. It might just be a start of something.
Yep, and if Claw does it tomorrow, we'll call them DPLUS Claw. I don't know, man. You know what? That's a conversation for tomorrow, because today we'll be closing up the show. Tomorrow will be the day where we lock in the top 18. So it's a day that you absolutely don't want to miss, because at the very bottom, technically everyone's still eligible. I mean, that's, to me, well, Contra is, putting Claw aside, Claw, if you want to find a fight with Contra, you can slide into his DMs,
Sorry, guys.
Anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. That will be all from us at the Caster's Desk. We'll be closing up the show. Thank you so much to everyone for watching. Don't forget to follow Ruthless Esports and also check out tomorrow's game, same time, same channel. My name is Circla, together with my amazing buddy here, Contra. We'll be seeing you again in the future. Bye-bye!
me.